Some wounds never looked like wounds when they first appeared. They looked like silence at the dinner table, like learning to stay quiet so nobody gets angry, like pretending you were okay because no one ever asked twice, like becoming strong too early, while a small part of you was still hoping someone would notice you were struggling. And over time, that weight followed you into adulthood, not always as pain you could explain, but as exhaustion you could never fully escape. The overthinking, the guilt, the fear of disappointing people, the pressure to always hold yourself together, the feeling that even when life becomes calm, your mind still refuses to rest. Most people carry childhood emotional weight for decades without realizing it. They think it's just their personality, just who they are. But deep inside, the nervous system remembers everything the mind tried to forget. Every moment you felt unseen. Every time you had to survive emotionally instead of feeling safe emotionally. Every silent promise you made to yourself just to make it through another day. But tonight is different. Tonight is not about forcing yourself to move on. It's not about pretending the past never happened. And it's not about blaming anyone either. This is about finally giving your mind and body permission to release what they were never meant to carry forever. The Stoics believed that healing begins the moment you stop running from your inner world. That peace comes when you face yourself gently instead of fighting yourself constantly, and that the mind becomes lighter when you stop treating your pain like an enemy and start understanding it like a teacher. So tonight, slowly let your guard down. For the next 4 hours, you do not need to perform. You do not need to explain yourself. You do not need to carry the emotional armor that has exhausted you for years. This is your time to breathe differently, to think differently, to finally loosen the emotional weight you've been carrying since childhood and remember what it feels like to exist without constantly bracing for pain. And maybe that is the strangest part of emotional pain. Sometimes the heaviest wounds are the ones nobody could see. No bruises, no dramatic moments people would immediately call trauma. Just years of walking on emotional eggshells. Years of teaching yourself to stay alert. Years of trying to feel safe in environments where your nervous system never truly relaxed. What makes this even harder is that many people grow up believing this constant tension is normal. They do not realize that the anxiety they carry today may have started decades ago. A child does not need constant chaos to feel emotionally unsafe. Sometimes all it takes is unpredictability, not knowing which version of a parent will walk through the door, not knowing whether love will feel warm today or distant tomorrow, not knowing if expressing feelings will lead to comfort or rejection. And when a child lives in that kind of emotional uncertainty long enough, the nervous system begins adapting for survival instead of peace. That is where hypervigilance quietly begins. A child starts paying attention to every sound, every tone of voice, every facial expression. They become experts at reading emotional danger before it fully appears. They notice tension faster than other people. They learn to monitor moods like their safety depends on it, because emotionally, it often did. And the painful part is that many of those children grow into adults who still cannot relax, even when nothing bad is happening. Their body sits in a peaceful room, but their mind keeps searching for problems. Their life may finally become stable, yet their nervous system still feels like danger is nearby. They overthink simple conversations. They replay interactions in their head. They prepare for rejection before it happens. They apologize too much. They feel emotionally tired even after resting, not because they are weak. Because their minds spent years learning survival before it ever learned safety. Many emotionally unsafe childhoods also create adults who struggle to trust calmness. Peace almost feels suspicious to them. Silence feels uncomfortable. Kindness feels temporary. Stability feels fragile. Deep down, there is always a quiet expectation that something painful is about to happen. Psychologists often explain that children raised in emotionally unpredictable environments develop heightened stress responses. The brain becomes trained to stay alert at all times. Cortisol levels remain elevated for long periods. The body adapts to tension so completely that calmness begins to feel unfamiliar. And what is unfamiliar often feels unsafe. This is why some adults unintentionally create stress in their own lives without realizing it. Their nervous system became addicted to emotional preparedness. Chaos feels normal because chaos was home for so long. Some people even confuse hypervigilance with responsibility. They think constantly worrying means they are being careful. They think carrying everyone's emotions means they are being loving. But beneath that behavior is often a child who once believed, if I stay alert enough, maybe I can prevent pain. The problem is that this emotional survival mode eventually becomes exhausting. You were never designed to live every day as if emotional danger is hiding around the corner. That kind of tension slowly drains the body. It affects sleep. It affects concentration. It affects relationships. It even affects physical health. The body keeps score of emotional insecurity long after childhood ends. And sometimes the grief is not only about what happened. Sometimes the grief comes from realizing how much energy was spent simply trying to feel emotionally safe. There are adults today who have never experienced true inner rest. Their body may sleep, but their mind never fully lets go. They wake up already tired because their nervous system spent the entire night staying emotionally alert. That is not laziness, that is emotional exhaustion. Many people who grew up emotionally unsafe also become extremely independent. They stop asking for help. They stop expressing vulnerability. They learn to carry pain privately because depending on others once felt dangerous or disappointing. But hidden beneath that independence is often sadness, a quiet sadness that says, I wish someone had protected me emotionally when I was younger. And that grief deserves compassion. The Stoics believed that awareness is the beginning of freedom. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about observing the inner world honestly instead of running from it, because healing cannot begin while we are still pretending our pain had no effect on us. And maybe for the first time you are starting to realize that your anxiety did not appear out of nowhere. Your exhaustion did not come from weakness. Your hyper-awareness did not develop because something is wrong with you. They were survival responses created by a younger version of you who was simply trying to feel safe in a world that often felt emotionally uncertain. That child deserved softness. That child deserved reassurance. That child deserved emotional safety. And even though the past cannot be changed, something important can still happen now. You can stop blaming yourself for the ways your nervous system learned to survive. You can stop treating your anxiety like a personal failure. And slowly, gently, you can begin teaching your mind that it no longer has to live every moment preparing for emotional danger. And once you begin to see that your anxiety was not random, another truth starts rising quietly from underneath it. Many people who never felt emotionally safe also never learned how to rest without fear, because in some homes peace was not treated like something sacred. It was treated like weakness. Stillness was called laziness. Tiredness was ignored, and a child slowly learned that being useful was safer than simply being human. That kind of lesson does not disappear just because childhood ends. It follows people into adulthood like a voice they did not choose. It whispers when they sit down. It accuses them when they pause. It makes a quiet afternoon feel like failure. It turns rest into guilt. And the saddest part is, Many adults do not even realize they are still obeying rules that were written inside them when they were too young to question them. There are people who can work for hours, help everyone, solve problems, carry responsibilities, answer messages, clean, plan, provide, and push through exhaustion. But the moment they stop, they feel uncomfortable. Not peaceful, not relieved, uncomfortable. Almost as if rest exposes something they have been trying not to feel. This is because some childhood environments taught children that love came through performance. You were praised when you achieved, noticed when you helped, valued when you stayed busy, approved of when you made life easier for others. But when you needed comfort, quiet, softness, or emotional care, those needs may have been dismissed. So the child learned a painful equation. If I am productive, I am worthy. If I rest, I am failing. That belief can become a prison. It creates adults who cannot enjoy peace because peace feels undeserved. Adults who feel guilty for sleeping late, guilty for saying no, guilty for needing time alone, guilty for doing nothing, guilty for being tired even after giving everything they had. But rest is not something you earn only after breaking yourself. Rest is part of being alive. Even nature understands this better than many people do. The trees do not bloom all year. The soil does not produce endlessly. The sun sets without apology. The body needs sleep without asking permission. Nothing in creation is expected to pour out forever without being restored. But a wounded mind often forgets this. When childhood rewards constant doing and punishes stillness, the nervous system begins connecting rest with danger. A child may notice that quiet moments invite criticism. Sitting down brings complaints. Needing help brings shame. Being tired brings words like, "Stop being lazy," or "You have no reason to be tired." Those words do not always stay in the past. They become an inner voice. Years later, no one has to say them anymore because the adult says them to themselves. They sit down and immediately think of everything they have not done. They try to sleep and suddenly remember every unfinished task. They take one day for themselves and feel selfish. This is how childhood conditioning becomes lifelong emotional tension. The body is exhausted, but the mind keeps standing guard. The soul wants quiet, but guilt keeps knocking. And because the person has lived this way for so long, they begin to believe pressure is normal. They mistake burnout for discipline. They call self-neglect maturity. They call overworking responsibility. They feel proud of never needing rest, without realizing they are celebrating their own slow disappearance. But no human being is meant to live as a machine. Even the Stoics, who believed in discipline, did not teach people to destroy themselves. Marcus Aurelius carried great responsibility, yet he often reminded himself to return inward, to simplify, to step back from useless strain. Stoic strength was not endless pushing. It was knowing what truly matters and refusing to be ruled by unnecessary pressure. And this is important because many people misunderstand strength. Strength is not ignoring your limits. Strength is learning to respect them before life forces you to. Rest becomes healing when you stop seeing it as laziness and start seeing it as repair. When you sit quietly without rushing to prove your worth. When you allow your body to breathe without needing to justify it. When you stop measuring your value by how much you produce for other people. For someone carrying childhood emotional weight, this can feel strange at first. Rest may feel empty. Rest may bring up sadness. Rest may make you aware of feelings you were too busy to notice. And that is why some people avoid stillness. They are not just addicted to work. They are afraid of what silence might reveal. Busyness becomes a wall between them and the pain they have not yet faced. But healing asks for a different kind of courage. Not the courage to keep pushing, the courage to pause, the courage to sit with yourself without running, the courage to say, I am allowed to be tired, the courage to believe that your worth remains even when you are not performing. Because the truth is, you were never born to be useful before you were loved. You were never meant to become valuable only after proving yourself. A child deserves care simply because they exist. And that child inside you still needs to hear this. You do not have to earn the right to rest. You can lie down without guilt. You can breathe without explaining. You can recover without apologizing. And slowly, as you practice this, the old voice begins to lose power. The guilt may still come, but you no longer have to obey it. The discomfort may still rise, but you can meet it gently. You can remind yourself that rest is not the enemy of your life. It is the place where your life comes back to you. And after years of feeling guilty for resting, many people slowly begin noticing something even deeper underneath that exhaustion. A constant tension that never fully leaves the body. A feeling that something could go wrong at any moment, even during peaceful days. A mind that keeps scanning every room, every conversation, every tone of voice, searching for signs of emotional danger before it appears. What makes this painful is that most people do not realize where this pattern began. Some children grew up in homes where love itself felt unpredictable. A parent could be gentle one moment and emotionally distant the next. Calm in the morning, explosive at night, supportive one day, cold the next. Sometimes the tension was loud, sometimes it was silent, but the emotional atmosphere constantly shifted without warning. And for a child, unpredictability feels terrifying, because children depend on emotional stability to feel safe in the world. Their nervous system is still developing. Their brain is still learning whether life is secure or dangerous. When the emotional environment changes suddenly and constantly, the child never fully relaxes. Part of them remains alert all the time. They begin studying people instead of trusting them. They listen carefully to footsteps. They analyze facial expressions. They memorize moods. They prepare emotionally before entering rooms. They try to predict conflict before conflict begins. Without realizing it, they become emotional weather forecasters. Not because they are dramatic, because their survival depended on noticing danger early. This kind of childhood creates adults who feel deeply exhausted even when life appears normal on the outside. Their body learned to live in preparation mode. Their nervous system became trained for emotional emergencies. That is why some adults feel tense around raised voices, even when the anger is not directed at them. Why sudden silence feels threatening. Why small emotional shifts in other people can trigger panic inside them. Why they overthink text messages, expressions, pauses, or changes in tone. Their mind is not overreacting randomly. It is remembering unpredictability. Many unstable homes also create children who become peacemakers too early. They learn how to calm other people instead of learning how to feel calm themselves. They carry emotional responsibility far beyond what a child should ever carry. Some try to make everyone happy. Some stay invisible to avoid conflict. Some become perfectionists, hoping success will create stability. But none of these strategies create real peace. They only create temporary emotional survival. And over time, living this way becomes incredibly heavy. Psychologists often explain that children raised in emotionally unstable environments can develop chronic hyperarousal. The nervous system remains activated for so long that the body forgets how true safety feels. Stress hormones continue flowing even in ordinary situations. The person becomes emotionally prepared for disaster before disaster even exists. This is why some people struggle to enjoy good moments fully. Part of them is always waiting for the mood to change. They cannot fully trust happiness because happiness once disappeared suddenly. They cannot fully relax during connection because love once felt emotionally inconsistent. Deep inside, they carry the belief that calmness is temporary. And this emotional uncertainty follows them into relationships. Some become overly cautious, constantly afraid of upsetting others. Some become emotionally detached because closeness feels risky. Others stay trapped in relationships where emotional instability feels familiar, mistaking unpredictability for passion because chaos was normalized during childhood. The nervous system often recreates what it understands. Even painful things can feel emotionally familiar. That is one of the saddest truths about unresolved childhood wounds. A person can spend years searching for peace while unconsciously repeating environments that keep them emotionally anxious. But none of this means you are broken. It means your body adapted to survive an environment that felt emotionally unsafe. Children are incredibly intelligent in this way. They develop emotional strategies very quickly. The problem is that survival strategies that protected you during childhood may quietly hurt you during adulthood. Constant emotional alertness eventually drains the spirit. Some people do not realize how tired they truly are until they finally experience consistent peace for the first time. Only then do they notice how hard their mind has been working for years, always preparing, always watching, always expecting emotional impact. And maybe that is why true rest feels emotional, not just physical. Because healing is not only about sleeping more, it is about teaching the nervous system that danger is no longer everywhere. The Stoics understood something important about inner stability. Epictetus taught that peace begins when we stop allowing external instability to completely control our inner world. Not because emotions are bad, but because a constantly fearful mind becomes trapped inside endless anticipation. But for someone raised around unpredictable moods, this takes practice. Safety may feel unfamiliar at first. Calmness may even feel uncomfortable. The body may keep waiting for the emotional storm that never comes. And during those moments, compassion matters deeply. Not shame, not self-criticism, not impatience, compassion. Because your nervous system was shaped during years when it had very little control over the emotional environment around it. A child cannot simply decide to feel safe inside an unstable home. They adapt however they can. And maybe part of your healing now is finally understanding why you became so emotionally alert in the first place. Not because you were weak, not because you were too sensitive, not because something was wrong with you. You were responding normally to emotional unpredictability, and now, slowly, you are allowed to learn something your younger self rarely experienced. Consistency, stillness, emotional safety. You are allowed to stop preparing for danger every second of your life. You are allowed to enter peaceful moments without waiting for them to collapse. And perhaps most importantly, you are allowed to believe that not every raised voice, silence, delay, or emotional shift means you are about to lose love. And when a child grows up feeling emotionally unseen, another kind of pain quietly begins forming underneath the surface. Not loud pain, not obvious pain, the kind of pain that becomes part of a person's identity so slowly that they no longer recognize it as a wound at all. They simply grow up believing they are easy to overlook. There are children who had food, clothing, shelter, and even people around them every day, yet still felt deeply alone emotionally. Because emotional neglect is not always about what happened to you. Sometimes it is about what never happened at all. No one noticed when you became quiet. No one asked what was wrong beneath your smile. No one sat long enough to truly understand your inner world. No one made you feel emotionally significant. And for a child, being ignored emotionally creates a very confusing kind of grief. Children naturally believe they matter when their feelings are acknowledged, when someone listens carefully, when their emotions are treated as important instead of inconvenient. But when emotional neglect becomes normal, the child slowly starts questioning their own value. They stop expressing needs, they stop expecting comfort, they stop believing their feelings deserve attention. Eventually they become adults who struggle to feel important, even when people genuinely care about them. This is one of the most invisible wounds a person can carry, because emotional neglect often leaves no dramatic memories. Many adults look back on childhood and say, "Nothing terrible happened to me." And yet their nervous system still carries deep loneliness, because the pain was not always cruelty. Sometimes the pain was absence, the absence of emotional connection, the absence of reassurance, the absence of being deeply known. A child who feels emotionally ignored often becomes highly self-reliant very early. They learn not to burden others. They tell themselves their feelings are not serious enough. They become low maintenance. They survive by needing less emotionally. But surviving this way comes with a hidden cost. As adults, many emotionally neglected people struggle to believe they truly matter to others. Even in healthy relationships, they may secretly feel replaceable. They may fear opening up emotionally because they learned long ago that vulnerability would likely be ignored or dismissed. Some become people pleasers, constantly trying to earn attention through usefulness. Others withdraw emotionally and convince themselves they do not need anyone at all. Some overachieve, hoping success will finally make them visible. Others settle for emotionally distant relationships because neglect feels familiar. And beneath all of it is usually the same silent question: would anyone truly notice if I disappeared emotionally? That question breaks more hearts than people realize. Emotional neglect teaches children to disconnect from their own inner world. When feelings are repeatedly ignored, the child eventually learns to ignore them too. They stop asking themselves what they need. They stop checking in with their emotions. They become disconnected from their own sadness, anger, fear, and even joy. This creates adults who often feel emotionally numb without understanding why. Not because they have no feelings, because their emotions spent years being emotionally unsupported. Psychologists explain that emotional neglect affects self-worth differently than direct abuse. Abuse often creates visible emotional fear. Neglect creates invisibility. The child does not necessarily feel attacked. They feel unimportant. And over time, feeling unimportant slowly shapes the entire identity. The person may become extremely sensitive to rejection. Small moments of being overlooked can trigger deep emotional pain. Unanswered messages feel heavier. Being interrupted hurts more deeply. Feeling forgotten creates intense sadness that seems difficult to explain. This happens because the adult is not only reacting to the present moment, they are reacting to years of emotional invisibility. And what makes this wound even harder is that emotionally neglected people often minimize their own pain. They compare themselves to others and think, maybe I'm just too emotional, or other people had it worse. But healing does not require proving your suffering was extreme enough to matter. Pain does not become invalid simply because it was quiet. A starving person still needs food, even if someone else is starving too. The Stoics believed that human beings suffer deeply when disconnected from their true inner nature, and emotional neglect often creates exactly that kind of disconnection. A person becomes so focused on adapting externally that they lose connection with their own emotional reality internally. But awareness changes things. The moment you begin recognizing emotional neglect, for what it truly was, something important begins happening inside you. You stop blaming yourself for the emptiness you have carried. You stop treating your loneliness like weakness. You begin understanding that a younger version of you adapted to emotional absence the best way they could, and that younger version of you deserves compassion now. Not judgment for being needy, not shame for wanting attention, not guilt for wanting emotional closeness. Human beings are not weak for needing emotional connection. They are human. Healing from emotional neglect often begins with learning to notice yourself again, listening to your emotions instead of dismissing them, allowing yourself to have needs without apology, letting yourself believe your inner world matters, even if others once failed to treat it that way. This can feel uncomfortable at first. Many emotionally neglected adults feel guilty when receiving care. They struggle to accept kindness fully. Part of them keeps waiting to become emotionally invisible again. But slowly, with gentleness and consistency, the nervous system can begin learning something new. You do not have to disappear emotionally in order to be accepted. You do not have to become useful before you become worthy. You do not have to earn attention by exhausting yourself. Your feelings matter. Your presence matters. Your inner world matters. And maybe one of the deepest forms of healing is finally giving yourself the emotional attention you spent your whole childhood wishing someone else would give to you. And after years of feeling emotionally unseen, many children discover another survival strategy without even realizing it. They become easy to manage, easy to silence, easy to disappoint, easy to ignore. They learn how to shrink themselves emotionally so they will not create problems for anyone else. At first, this behavior often looks admirable. Adults may call the child mature, quiet, helpful, well-behaved, selfless. But underneath that calm behavior is often a child who learned something heartbreaking very early. It is safer to have no needs. Children naturally want love, comfort, attention, and emotional reassurance. But when expressing emotions leads to criticism, rejection, tension, or emotional distance, the child slowly adapts. They stop asking for too much. They stop expressing anger. They stop crying openly. They become emotionally careful. Not because they are peaceful by nature, because they are trying to protect themselves emotionally. Some children notice that conflict in the home becomes worse when they express feelings. Others realize that love feels more available when they are useful, agreeable, or low maintenance. Some grow up around emotionally overwhelmed parents who unintentionally teach the child that their emotions are too much. So the child begins shaping themselves around other people's comfort. They become the child who says, "It's okay," even when it is not okay. The child who never asks for help. The child who tries not to upset anyone. The child who apologizes constantly. The child who learns how to disappear emotionally in order to keep peace around them. And over time, this survival habit becomes an identity. That is how people-pleasing is born, not from weakness, from emotional adaptation. Many people-pleasers are carrying nervous systems that learned long ago that emotional safety depended on keeping others happy. Their brain became trained to monitor reactions constantly. They learned to anticipate moods, avoid disapproval, and prevent conflict before it happened. This creates adults who often feel responsible for everyone's emotions. If someone is upset, they immediately blame themselves. If someone becomes distant, they panic internally. If someone disapproves of them, it feels emotionally unbearable. And because they spent so many years prioritizing other people's emotional comfort, they often lose connection with their own needs entirely. Some people do not even know what they truly want anymore. They know how to adapt. They know how to accommodate. They know how to make other people comfortable. But sitting alone and asking, "What do I actually feel?" becomes surprisingly difficult. That is one of the hidden tragedies of chronic people-pleasing. A person can become deeply loved for the version of themselves they created to survive, while secretly feeling unseen for who they truly are. And this creates exhaustion that runs incredibly deep, because pretending all the time is tiring, always adjusting your personality, always filtering your emotions, always saying yes when you mean no, always trying to avoid disappointing people. Eventually, the soul becomes tired of performing. Psychologists often explain that people-pleasing behaviors are closely connected to attachment wounds and emotional insecurity developed during childhood. When acceptance feels conditional, children begin treating approval like emotional oxygen. They become highly sensitive to rejection because rejection once felt emotionally dangerous. This is why many people-pleasers struggle with boundaries as adults. Saying no feels cruel. Disagreeing feels unsafe. Choosing themselves feels selfish. Even resting can create guilt because part of them still believes their value comes from how much they give to others. And sadly, people who constantly abandon themselves emotionally often attract relationships where their kindness gets exploited. Not because they deserve mistreatment, but because they were trained to tolerate emotional imbalance for the sake of keeping connection. They become so focused on being chosen that they stop asking whether the relationship itself feels healthy. But something important begins happening during healing. The person slowly realizes that being easy to handle often meant being disconnected from themselves. True peace was never meant to require self-erasure. The Stoics believed that inner freedom comes when a person stops living entirely for external approval. Epictetus taught that constantly shaping your worth around the opinions of others creates emotional slavery. Because when your peace depends entirely on keeping everyone pleased, your nervous system never rests. There will always be another expectation, another demand, another person to satisfy, and eventually you begin disappearing underneath everyone else's needs. Healing from people-pleasing is not about becoming cold or selfish. It is about learning that your emotions deserve space too, that your exhaustion matters too, that you are allowed to disappoint others sometimes without becoming a bad person. This can feel terrifying at first. Many people-pleasers carry deep fear underneath their kindness. Fear of abandonment, fear of conflict, fear that saying no will make people leave, fear that being authentic will cost them love. But authentic connection cannot grow where self-abandonment is constant. A relationship built entirely on pleasing others slowly becomes emotionally lonely, because the real self never fully arrives in the relationship at all. And maybe this is why learning boundaries feels emotional for so many people. It is not simply learning new behavior. It is teaching the nervous system that safety no longer depends on constant self-sacrifice. You are allowed to have opinions. You are allowed to need rest. You are allowed to say no without guilt. You are allowed to stop carrying emotional responsibility for everyone around you. Most importantly, you are allowed to exist without constantly proving your worth through usefulness. Because your value was never supposed to depend on how easy you are for other people to handle. Real love does not require you to disappear in order to keep it. And after spending years becoming easy to handle, many children slowly take on another invisible role inside unstable homes. They stop being children emotionally and start becoming caretakers instead. Not always physically, emotionally. They become the one who calms everyone down, the one who listens to adult problems too early, the one who keeps peace between family members, the one who absorbs tension in silence, the one who feels responsible whenever someone else is upset. And at first, nobody notices the damage this creates, because from the outside, the child looks mature, responsible, helpful, empathetic, wise beyond their years. But deep inside, something painful is happening. The child is learning that other people's emotions matter more than their own emotional development. This is what psychologists often call parentification. A child begins carrying emotional burdens that were never meant for them. Instead of being protected emotionally, they become emotionally responsible for the people around them. Some children become therapists for their parents. Some become emotional mediators during conflict. Some learn to comfort adults while secretly needing comfort themselves. Some feel guilty anytime the household atmosphere becomes tense, even when the tension has nothing to do with them. And because children naturally depend on caregivers for emotional survival, they adapt quickly. They start believing things like, "If everyone around me is okay, then I'm safe." So they become hyper-aware of everyone's emotional state. They monitor moods constantly. They feel anxious when someone seems upset. They try to solve problems nobody asked them to solve. They absorb stress from every direction. Without realizing it, their nervous system becomes emotionally overloaded before adulthood even begins. And years later, these children often grow into adults who feel emotionally exhausted all the time without fully understanding why. Because carrying everyone emotionally is heavy. Some adults walk into rooms and immediately start sensing tension before anyone says a word. They feel responsible for keeping conversations smooth. They feel uncomfortable when others are unhappy. Someone else's disappointment ruins their entire day. Someone else's anger creates panic inside them. Not because they are weak, because their nervous system was trained to associate emotional responsibility with survival. Many parentified children never learned healthy emotional separation. They grew up believing love meant emotional caretaking, that being needed meant being valuable, that fixing other people's feelings was part of connection. This creates adults who often attract emotionally dependent relationships. They become rescuers. They overgive. They overlisten. They overcarry. They become emotionally available for everyone while quietly neglecting themselves. And over time, this creates burnout that reaches the soul. One of the hardest parts of this wound is that parentified adults often feel guilty resting while others struggle. They cannot fully relax if someone around them is upset. Their nervous system stays emotionally tied to other people's moods. Even happiness becomes difficult to enjoy when part of you feels responsible for everyone else's pain. And sadly, many people carrying this wound secretly believe their own emotions are less important. They learned early that there was no room for their sadness because bigger problems already existed around them. So they became emotionally self-sufficient too early. But children are not meant to become emotional caretakers for adults. Children are supposed to feel protected enough to develop their own emotional identity safely. They are supposed to learn what they feel, what they need, what brings them comfort, what creates safety inside them. But parentified children often skip that stage entirely. They become experts at reading others while remaining disconnected from themselves. This is why some adults feel strangely empty when nobody needs them. Their identity became deeply connected to helping, fixing, calming, rescuing, and emotionally supporting others. Without that role, they feel lost. Not because helping people is wrong, because somewhere along the way, helping became the only way they learned to feel worthy. The Stoics often spoke about emotional balance and personal responsibility. They believed compassion matters deeply, but they also understood that carrying what does not belong to you creates suffering. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that each person must carry responsibility for their own mind and actions. That wisdom matters deeply for emotionally exhausted people, because many adults today are carrying emotional weights that never truly belong to them. Other people's happiness, other people's healing, other people's reactions, other people's unresolved pain, and the nervous system eventually collapses under that pressure. Healing from parentification often begins with one painful realization. You were a child trying to survive emotionally complicated environments the best way you could. You were never supposed to become everyone's emotional protector. You were never meant to carry adult emotional burdens before your own heart even felt safe. And perhaps the hardest part of healing is learning that you can care about people without becoming responsible for regulating their entire emotional world. That is a completely different kind of love. A healthier kind, one built on compassion instead of emotional sacrifice. This takes practice because parentified adults often feel anxiety when they stop over-functioning. Saying, "That problem is not mine to solve," can feel selfish at first. Setting boundaries can create guilt. Letting others manage their own emotions may feel terrifying. But slowly, the nervous system begins learning something new. You can love people without rescuing them. You can support people without carrying them. You can care deeply without abandoning yourself emotionally. And maybe for the first time in your life, you are beginning to understand that your exhaustion was never laziness. It was years of emotional over-responsibility finally catching up to you. So now, gently, you are allowed to put some of that emotional weight down. Not because you stopped loving others, but because your inner child deserves someone who finally protects them too. And after spending years carrying everyone else emotionally, another wound often begins growing quietly underneath the surface. A fear so deep that many people never fully speak about it out loud. The fear that love must always be earned, not received naturally, not given freely, earned. Some children grow up feeling loved only when they perform well, behave correctly, achieve something impressive, stay useful, or avoid becoming inconvenient. Affection feels available during success, but distant during struggle. Warmth appears when expectations are met, but disappears when mistakes happen. And a child living inside that environment learns something dangerous very early. If I stop performing, I may stop being loved. That belief follows people into adulthood more than they realize. It becomes the reason they overwork, the reason they overgive, the reason they tolerate mistreatment, the reason they constantly seek approval, the reason they panic at rejection, the reason they feel exhausted trying to be enough for everyone. Because deep inside, part of them still believes love is conditional. This creates a painful relationship with self-worth. The person never feels fully secure emotionally because their value always seems attached to what they can provide, accomplish, fix, or prove. So even when people genuinely care about them, they struggle to trust it. Compliments feel temporary. Affection feels fragile. Connection feels uncertain. Part of them keeps waiting for the moment they fail and become emotionally abandoned. And this fear creates constant internal pressure. Many adults carrying this wound become perfectionists without realizing why. They push themselves endlessly because achievement temporarily quiets the fear of not being enough. Success becomes emotional reassurance. Productivity becomes proof of worthiness. But the relief never lasts long, because no amount of achievement can permanently heal a wound created by conditional love. The child inside still keeps asking, "Am I lovable without proving myself?" That question silently shapes entire lives. Some people become addicted to validation because they never learned how to feel inherently valuable. Some stay in one-sided relationships where they must constantly earn affection. Some exhaust themselves emotionally trying to become indispensable because they fear being abandoned if they stop giving. And over time, this creates profound exhaustion, not physical exhaustion alone. Soul exhaustion, the exhaustion of constantly performing for acceptance, the exhaustion of trying to deserve rest, affection, reassurance, and emotional safety instead of believing you naturally deserve those things already. This wound also creates adults who are deeply afraid of failure. Failure does not simply feel disappointing to them, it feels emotionally threatening. Mistakes awaken shame far beyond the situation itself, because childhood taught them that approval could disappear when expectations were not met. That is why some people become extremely hard on themselves internally. Their inner voice sounds more like pressure than compassion. They motivate themselves through criticism because part of them believes gentleness creates weakness. But underneath that harshness is usually fear. Fear of becoming unworthy, fear of disappointing others, fear of losing love. And perhaps the saddest part is that many people carrying this wound rarely stop long enough to ask themselves one important question. What if I was always worthy of love, even before I started proving myself? That question can change an entire life. Psychologists often explain that conditional affection during childhood deeply shapes attachment patterns and self-esteem. Children naturally internalize the emotional messages they receive repeatedly. If warmth only appears during achievement or obedience, the child unconsciously learns that love must be maintained through performance. This creates nervous systems that never fully relax inside relationships. The person becomes emotionally vigilant, always trying harder, always giving more, always fearing they could suddenly become not enough. And eventually, they become emotionally exhausted from trying to earn what should have been freely given in the first place. The Stoics believed human worth is not measured by external approval, status, or achievement. Epictetus taught that attaching your value entirely to outside validation creates suffering, because external approval constantly changes. One day people praise you, another day they criticize you. If your identity depends on those reactions, peace becomes impossible. But healing this wound takes time because the fear often sits very deep inside the body. Even when people genuinely love you, part of the nervous system may still expect rejection. Even when you succeed, part of you may still feel inadequate. Even when you rest, guilt may still whisper that you have not done enough to deserve peace. This is what happens when a child grows up emotionally measuring their worth through performance. But slowly, healing begins when you stop treating love like a reward system. You begin understanding that healthy love does not constantly disappear when you struggle. Real connection does not require endless self-sacrifice to survive. Genuine affection is not something you purchase through perfection. You are allowed to exist imperfectly and still be worthy of care. You are allowed to fail without becoming unlovable. You are allowed to stop performing every second of your life. And maybe one of the deepest forms of healing is finally learning to sit quietly with yourself without trying to earn your own acceptance first. To breathe without proving. To rest without guilt. To exist without auditioning for love. Because your worth did not begin when people approved of you. And it does not disappear when you disappoint them. The child inside you deserved love long before they learned how to perform for it. And after spending years trying to earn love, many people unknowingly develop another painful relationship inside themselves. They become uncomfortable with silence. Not because silence is dangerous by itself, but because silence once carried emotional tension they could never predict. For some children, the quiet moments inside the home never truly felt peaceful. Silence meant someone was angry. Silence meant conflict was coming. Silence meant emotional distance. Silence meant waiting for something bad to happen. And when a child experiences that often enough, the nervous system stops associating calmness with safety. Instead, the brain begins treating quietness like a warning sign. This pattern follows many people into adulthood without them realizing it. Some adults constantly need noise around them: music, television, phone scrolling, background conversations, endless stimulation. Not because they truly enjoy constant distraction, but because complete stillness makes them uneasy. The moment life becomes quiet, their mind suddenly becomes loud. Old worries rise up, overthinking begins, anxiety appears, restlessness enters the body. And many people mistake this for weakness, when in reality it is often the nervous system remembering old emotional environments. Children raised around emotional tension become highly sensitive to atmosphere. They learn that danger is not always loud. Sometimes danger arrives through silence itself, a slammed door followed by silence, a cold dinner table, a parent withdrawing emotionally without explanation, a room filled with unspoken anger. That kind of silence changes the brain. The child begins staying emotionally alert during quiet moments because calmness no longer feels trustworthy. Instead of relaxing into stillness, they prepare themselves emotionally for what might happen next. This is why some adults feel strangely uncomfortable when life finally slows down. Peace feels unfamiliar, and what is unfamiliar often feels unsafe to the nervous system. Some people even create unnecessary stress because deep calmness feels emotionally unnatural to them. They stay busy constantly. They overwork. They overthink. They fill every moment with stimulation because silence leaves them alone with emotions they spent years avoiding. But silence itself is not the real problem. The real problem is what silence once represented emotionally. Many adults carrying childhood emotional tension are not afraid of quietness. They are afraid of what quietness used to bring. This is why some people become anxious during peaceful relationships. If there is no conflict, part of them starts searching for hidden problems anyway. Calmness feels temporary. Stability feels suspicious. Their nervous system keeps expecting emotional disruption because unpredictability became normal during childhood. And sadly, this creates incredible internal exhaustion. The mind never fully stops scanning. The body never fully unclenches. The nervous system never fully settles. Even sleep can become difficult because the brain stays emotionally alert long after the day ends. Psychologists often explain that chronic emotional tension during childhood can condition the nervous system into long-term hyperarousal. The body becomes accustomed to stress hormones and emotional anticipation. Over time, the brain begins confusing peace with vulnerability because lowering emotional defenses once felt risky. This creates adults who struggle to simply sit still with themselves. Silence becomes emotionally revealing. Without distraction, unresolved emotions finally rise to the surface. Grief appears, loneliness appears, fear appears, old memories appear. And because many people spent years surviving instead of processing emotions, stillness can feel overwhelming at first. That is why healing often feels uncomfortable before it feels peaceful, because for the first time, the mind is no longer running fast enough to avoid itself. The Stoics understood something important about stillness. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about returning inward, away from noise, away from external chaos, into the quiet space where clarity begins. He believed peace could not grow inside a constantly distracted mind. But for emotionally wounded people, inner silence is not easy in the beginning. It requires trust. Trust that calmness does not always lead to danger. Trust that quietness can exist without emotional punishment. Trust that the nervous system no longer needs to stay prepared every second. And that trust takes time to build. Some people will notice that when they finally sit quietly, emotions they buried years ago begin surfacing gently. Sadness they never processed. Anger they never expressed, exhaustion they never admitted. This can feel frightening at first because many people learned early that emotions should be controlled, hidden, or ignored. But emotions do not disappear simply because they were silenced. They wait, and often they wait inside the body. This is why some people feel emotional during peaceful moments without fully understanding why. The nervous system is finally experiencing enough safety for buried emotions to rise. That is not failure. That is release. Healing often begins the moment you stop treating silence like an enemy. When you allow yourself to sit quietly without rushing to escape. When you let your body breathe without immediately filling the space. When you realize that calmness is not emptiness, it is recovery. You do not always need noise to feel alive. You do not always need stress to feel productive. You do not always need emotional chaos to feel connected. The child inside you may have learned to fear silence long ago, but the adult you are becoming can slowly teach the nervous system something new. That quiet moments can hold softness. That stillness can hold safety. That peace does not always disappear. And perhaps for the first time in many years, you are beginning to discover that silence is not always the place where danger enters. Sometimes silence is the place where healing finally begins. And after growing up afraid of silence, many people discover another way to avoid the emotions waiting underneath it. They become achievers. Not simply ambitious people with healthy goals, but emotionally driven performers who feel restless whenever they are not accomplishing something. From the outside, they often look successful, disciplined, focused, hard-working, productive, driven. People admire them constantly, but hidden underneath that success is often a deep emotional emptiness they do not know how to fill. Because for many overachievers, achievement was never just about success. It was about emotional survival. Some children quickly notice that praise only appears when they accomplish something impressive. Good grades bring attention. Success creates warmth. Achievement earns validation. Performance finally makes them feel visible. And slowly, the child begins connecting accomplishment with worthiness. If I achieve more, maybe I'll finally feel enough. That belief becomes dangerous over time because no achievement can permanently heal emotional insecurity. The relief achievement brings is temporary. A promotion feels good for a moment. Recognition feels good for a moment. Winning feels good for a moment. But soon, the emptiness quietly returns. So the person pushes harder again. Another goal, another milestone, another achievement, another attempt to finally feel complete. And this cycle can continue for decades. Many overachievers secretly live with a nervous system that never feels allowed to rest emotionally. Their self-worth becomes tied to productivity so deeply that stillness feels uncomfortable. If they are not accomplishing something, they begin questioning their value. That is why many successful people still feel deeply dissatisfied internally. Not because success is meaningless, because they hoped success would heal wounds it was never designed to heal. Some overachievers are not chasing dreams. They are chasing emotional approval they never fully received as children. This creates adults who become addicted to proving themselves. They compare constantly. They struggle to celebrate achievements because the next goal already feels urgent. They fear failure intensely because failure awakens old feelings of inadequacy buried deep inside childhood. And perhaps the saddest part is that many people praise them for this exhaustion. Society often rewards over-functioning. People admire the person who never stops working, the person who sacrifices sleep, the person who always performs at high levels, the person who appears endlessly driven. But very few ask what emotional pain is fueling that constant pressure underneath. Because sometimes ambition is not passion. Sometimes ambition is fear. Fear of becoming invisible again. Fear of disappointing others. Fear of being ordinary. fear of not being enough without accomplishments attached to your name. And eventually, this creates profound emotional fatigue. The body becomes exhausted, the mind becomes restless, the soul becomes disconnected from simple joy. Many overachievers struggle to enjoy the present moment because their nervous system is always focused on the next outcome. They accomplish goals they once dreamed about, yet satisfaction disappears quickly because emotional hunger cannot be solved externally. A child who only felt valued through achievement often grows into an adult who cannot separate love from performance. This creates relationships where they feel pressure to constantly impress others. Even rest feels undeserved. Even happiness feels conditional. Deep down, they fear that if they stop achieving, people may stop valuing them too. Psychologists often explain that overachievement can become a coping mechanism for unresolved emotional wounds. Accomplishment temporarily boosts self-worth and quiets insecurity, but because the core wound remains untouched, the cycle repeats endlessly. This is why some people accomplish extraordinary things, yet still feel emotionally empty in private. Because achievement can silence insecurity temporarily, but it cannot replace emotional safety. The Stoics understood the danger of attaching identity entirely to external success. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that status, praise, and accomplishment are unstable things. They rise and fall constantly. Building your entire worth on them creates a fragile inner world. Real peace, according to the Stoics, comes from inner steadiness rather than endless external validation. But this realization can feel terrifying for overachievers, because if achievement stops being the source of worth, then who are they without constant performance? That question often uncovers deep grief. Grief for the child who believed they had to become exceptional just to feel lovable. Grief for the years spent chasing approval while quietly neglecting emotional healing. Grief for the exhaustion hidden underneath perfectionism. And healing begins when you finally understand something important. Your value was never supposed to depend entirely on what you produce. You were not born needing to earn your humanity through constant accomplishment. You are allowed to exist without constantly proving yourself. You are allowed to rest without falling behind emotionally. You are allowed to be imperfect without becoming worthless. This does not mean ambition is bad. Healthy ambition can be beautiful. But there is a difference between pursuing goals from inspiration and pursuing them from emotional desperation. One creates fulfillment, the other creates endless hunger. And maybe for the first time, you are beginning to see that the reason success never fully satisfied you is because your inner child was never truly asking for trophies. They were asking for acceptance, for reassurance, for emotional safety, for love that existed even when they were not performing perfectly. That is the kind of healing achievement alone can never provide. And perhaps true peace finally begins the moment you stop asking yourself, "What else must I accomplish to deserve love?" and start learning how to believe you were already worthy before the world applauded you at all. And after years of apologizing for existing, many children slowly take on one final role that changes the entire direction of their emotional life. They become the strong one, the mature one, the reliable one, the calm one, the one who never causes problems, the one everyone leans on emotionally. And at first, this sounds like a compliment. Adults praise these children constantly. "You're so mature for your age. You're the responsible one. You're so strong. You understand things other kids don't." But what people rarely notice is the sadness hiding underneath that maturity. Because children are not supposed to become emotionally strong by surviving emotional pressure too early. Some children become emotionally mature because they had no other choice. They grew up around chaos, instability, conflict, illness, addiction, emotional neglect, financial stress, or overwhelmed caregivers. And somewhere along the way, they quietly realized that nobody was fully coming to protect them emotionally. So they adapted. They stopped acting like children emotionally. They stopped expressing vulnerability openly. They became helpers instead of being helped. They carried responsibilities too heavy for their nervous system. And slowly, survival replaced childhood. Many emotionally mature children learned how to comfort others long before anyone taught them how to comfort themselves. They became experts at handling difficult emotions, but strangers to their own emotional needs. That is one of the hidden tragedies of growing up too fast. From the outside, the child looks impressive, but internally, they are exhausted. Because emotional maturity built through survival often comes with deep loneliness. The child learns how to stay composed while quietly carrying fear, sadness, confusion, or grief alone. Some stop asking for help completely. Some become emotionally numb. Some feel guilty, needing anything at all. Some secretly envy children who were allowed to simply be children. And that grief often stays hidden for decades. As adults, these people usually continue carrying the role automatically. They become the dependable friend, the emotional caretaker, the stable partner, the person everyone turns to during crisis. But privately, many of them feel deeply tired. Not because they hate helping others, because they never learned what it feels like to be emotionally held themselves. Being the strong one often means becoming emotionally invisible. People assume you are okay because you always appear capable. Nobody checks on the person who always seems composed. Nobody notices the exhaustion hiding underneath competence. And over time, this creates adults who struggle to admit when they are hurting. They minimize their pain. They suppress their emotions. They keep functioning while quietly breaking inside. Some even feel ashamed of emotional vulnerability because weakness once felt dangerous. They learned early that emotional control created safety. So now crying feels uncomfortable. Asking for support feels unnatural. Falling apart feels terrifying. And yet beneath that strength is usually a child who simply wanted someone else to finally say, "You don't have to carry everything alone anymore." Psychologists explain that emotionally parentified or prematurely mature children often develop hyperindependence, emotional suppression, and chronic stress patterns. Their nervous system remains in functional mode for so long that they lose touch with softness entirely. This is why many strong adults secretly feel disconnected from joy. They know how to survive, they know how to endure, but they struggle to feel emotionally free. Because survival mode does not teach playfulness, it teaches endurance. Some adults carrying this wound feel emotionally uncomfortable when others care for them genuinely. Receiving support feels unfamiliar. Part of them keeps believing they should always be the one giving, helping, fixing, or remaining composed. And when life finally overwhelms them, they often collapse privately. Not because they are weak, because nobody can carry emotional weight forever without rest. The Stoics understood that true strength is not emotional suppression. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about endurance, but he also wrote about self-awareness, humility, and the importance of understanding human suffering honestly. Stoic wisdom was never about pretending pain does not exist. It was about facing pain truthfully without becoming consumed by it. But many emotionally mature children never learned how to face their own pain at all. They became too busy managing everyone else's emotions first. Healing begins when these adults finally realize something important. Being forced to become strong too early was not proof that you needed less care. It was proof that you needed more support than you received. That realization changes everything, because many strong people secretly believe they should not struggle. They judge themselves harshly when exhaustion appears. They feel guilty for feeling overwhelmed because they built their identity around being capable. But strength without emotional support eventually becomes suffering. You are allowed to admit you are tired. You are allowed to stop carrying every burden silently. You are allowed to need comfort too. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is finally giving yourself permission to recover the emotional softness you were forced to abandon too early. To laugh without guarding yourself constantly. To rest without feeling weak. To express pain without shame. To let someone else hold space for you emotionally sometimes. Because the child inside you was never supposed to become emotionally indestructible. They were supposed to feel safe enough to simply grow slowly, naturally, gently. And maybe now, after all these years of surviving, you are finally beginning to understand that real strength is not about carrying endless pain without breaking. Real strength is allowing yourself to become human again. And after carrying the pressure of being the strong one for so many years, many people reach adulthood with a nervous system that no longer understands how to rest peacefully. Even when the body finally stops moving, the mind keeps whispering the same uncomfortable feeling. You should be doing something. For some people, relaxing creates guilt almost immediately. Sitting down too long feels wrong. Sleeping in feels irresponsible. Taking breaks feels undeserved. Doing nothing feels emotionally dangerous. And what makes this confusing is that these people are often already exhausted. Their body is tired. Their mind is overloaded. Their emotions are drained. Yet the moment they try to rest, anxiety appears instead of peace. This is not laziness. This is conditioning. Many children grow up in environments where survival depends on constant productivity, emotional awareness, or usefulness. Rest is not treated as something healthy. It is treated as weakness, irresponsibility, or wasted time. Some children hear things like, "Stop being lazy." "You're always doing nothing." "You need to work harder." "You haven't earned rest yet." Others grow up watching caregivers who never rested themselves. Constant stress becomes normalized. Busyness becomes identity. Exhaustion becomes proof of responsibility. And the child quietly absorbs the message, "My value depends on how much I do." That belief follows them into adulthood. So now, even when there is no emergency, the nervous system stays active. The person feels emotionally uncomfortable slowing down because slowing down once triggered criticism, shame, or emotional tension. Rest no longer feels safe. It feels guilty. Some adults become so disconnected from healthy rest that they only stop when their body forces them to. Burnout becomes normal. Emotional exhaustion becomes routine. They keep functioning while ignoring every sign their nervous system is begging for recovery. And because society often praises overworking, many people do not even realize how unhealthy this pattern has become. People admire the person who never stops, the person always staying busy, the person constantly producing, the person sacrificing sleep and peace to remain useful. But behind that constant movement is often fear. Fear of becoming worthless without productivity. Fear of disappointing others. Fear of being seen as lazy. Fear of finally sitting still long enough to feel unresolved pain. Because for many emotionally wounded people, busyness becomes emotional avoidance. As long as they stay occupied, they do not have to fully feel their sadness, loneliness, emptiness, or exhaustion. Constant doing creates temporary distraction from inner discomfort, but eventually the body keeps the score. Chronic stress begins affecting sleep. The nervous system stays activated too long. The mind loses its ability to fully relax. Even peaceful moments feel emotionally restless. Some people feel anxious during vacations. Some feel guilty lying down. Some cannot enjoy free time without mentally creating tasks. Their body may stop working, but their nervous system never truly powers down. Psychologists explain that children raised in survival-based environments often develop chronic overfunctioning patterns. Their nervous system learns that safety comes through productivity, hyper-responsibility, or constant preparedness. Over time, the brain associates rest with vulnerability instead of recovery. This creates adults who secretly feel uncomfortable when life becomes too calm, because survival mode became familiar, and familiarity can feel safer than peace, even when it hurts. The Stoics believed deeply in discipline, but they also understood balance. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that human beings are part of nature, and nature itself moves in rhythms: activity and stillness, effort and restoration, action and reflection. Nothing healthy survives endless strain without recovery. Not the body, not the mind, not the soul. But many people carrying childhood survival conditioning never learned this emotionally. They learned how to endure, not how to rest. They became experts at pushing through pain while remaining strangers to softness. And sadly, many feel ashamed of needing recovery at all. They compare themselves constantly. They minimize their exhaustion. They believe they should always handle more. But exhaustion is not proof of weakness. Sometimes exhaustion is proof that a person has spent too many years living as though rest must always be earned through suffering. Healing begins when you slowly challenge those old emotional rules, when you sit down without immediately apologizing for it, when you allow yourself quiet without guilt, when you stop measuring your worth entirely through productivity. At first, this may feel deeply uncomfortable. The nervous system may resist. Guilt may appear immediately. The mind may search for reasons you should keep working. But that discomfort does not mean rest is wrong. It means your body is learning something unfamiliar: safety without overworking, worth without proving, stillness without shame. And perhaps one of the most healing things a person can learn is this: you do not have to destroy yourself in order to deserve rest. You do not need to collapse before you are allowed to slow down. Your body deserves care before burnout. Your mind deserves peace before breaking. Your nervous system deserves recovery even when no one else approves of it. Because the child inside you may have learned that survival required constant effort, but the adult you are becoming is finally allowed to learn that peace is not laziness. Peace is health. Peace is repair. Peace is the nervous system finally realizing it no longer has to fight every second just to feel worthy of existing. And after spending years feeling responsible for everyone's emotions, many people eventually reach a point where they become deeply, painfully tired. Not the kind of tired sleep fixes overnight, but emotional exhaustion that settles into the soul after carrying other people's pain for far too long. At first, they may not even realize how much they are carrying. They listen to everyone. They rescue everyone. They calm everyone. They absorb everyone's problems. They become emotional safe places for people who rarely return the same care. And because this role often began during childhood, it feels normal to them. They feel guilty saying no, guilty stepping back, guilty protecting their peace, guilty letting others struggle without immediately trying to save them. But eventually, something inside them begins breaking quietly. Not because they stopped caring, because they started disappearing underneath the emotional weight of everyone else. Many people raised in emotionally unstable environments learned early that love meant emotional sacrifice. They became caretakers, mediators, protectors, or emotional absorbers. Their nervous system became trained to notice suffering instantly and respond immediately. So now, as adults, they struggle separating compassion from responsibility. If someone they love is hurting, they feel personally responsible for fixing it. If someone is angry, they try to calm them. If someone is struggling, they abandon their own needs to help. And while empathy is beautiful, constantly carrying what belongs to others slowly becomes emotionally destructive, because some people spend so much time rescuing others that they never stop long enough to rescue themselves. This creates a painful imbalance in relationships. The person becomes emotionally available to everyone while quietly neglecting their own inner world. They listen to problems for hours, but suppress their own emotions. They give support constantly, but feel uncomfortable receiving it. And over time, resentment quietly begins growing underneath their kindness. Not because they are selfish, because human beings were never designed to carry endless emotional weight without boundaries. Some adults become so used to emotional over-responsibility that they panic when they stop helping. Their nervous system associates usefulness with safety and connection. If they are not fixing something, calming someone, or solving problems, they feel anxious or guilty. This is why boundaries feel terrifying for many emotionally exhausted people. Boundaries force them to confront an old fear. What if people stop loving me when I stop overgiving? That fear often comes directly from childhood conditioning. Children who received love mainly through emotional caretaking learn that connection depends on self-sacrifice. They become emotionally valuable by abandoning themselves for others, and later in life, they continue repeating the same pattern unconsciously. But eventually, the body begins resisting. The exhaustion becomes impossible to ignore. The nervous system becomes overwhelmed. The mind becomes emotionally drained. And slowly, the person realizes something painful. They spent years carrying emotional burdens that were never fully theirs to carry. The Stoics understood this deeply. Epictetus taught that every person is responsible for their own inner world. Compassion matters, but destroying yourself emotionally trying to control or heal everyone else creates suffering for both people. This does not mean becoming cold. It means understanding the difference between love and emotional self-destruction. You can care deeply without absorbing everyone's pain into your nervous system. You can support others without abandoning yourself. You can love people while still protecting your peace. That realization feels almost revolutionary for people who spent their entire lives emotionally over-functioning. At first, setting boundaries may feel cruel. Saying, "I cannot carry this right now," may trigger guilt. Choosing rest instead of rescuing may feel selfish. Allowing others to face their own emotions may create anxiety. But slowly, the nervous system begins learning something new. You are not responsible for healing every wounded person you meet. You are not required to sacrifice your mental health to prove your love. You are not selfish for needing emotional space. In fact, some people only begin truly healing once they stop trying to save everyone else first, because constantly fixing others can sometimes become a way of avoiding your own pain. As long as someone else needs you, you never fully have to face yourself. Caretaking becomes distraction. Rescue becomes identity. But healing asks something different now. It asks you to turn some of that compassion inward too, toward the exhausted version of yourself that has been carrying too much for too long, toward the younger version of yourself who learned that love required emotional labor, toward the nervous system that became overwhelmed, trying to keep everyone okay. And maybe one of the rarest forms of freedom is finally realizing this. You are allowed to let people experience their own emotions without immediately trying to fix them. You are allowed to step back from emotional chaos. You are allowed to stop absorbing pain that does not belong to you. You are allowed to protect your peace without apologizing for it, because healing is not becoming emotionless. Healing is learning that your emotional well-being matters too, and perhaps for the first time in your life, you are beginning to understand that love does not always require carrying people. Sometimes love means standing beside them, without losing yourself in the process. And after spending so many years carrying other people emotionally, many people eventually begin questioning something they struggled to explain for most of their lives. Why do I feel wounded when nothing bad enough happened to me? That question lives quietly inside countless adults carrying emotional neglect. Because society often recognizes visible pain more easily than invisible pain. People understand bruises, violence, shouting, or obvious trauma. But emotional neglect is different. It leaves wounds that are difficult to point to directly. No dramatic moment, no single event, no visible scar, just years of emotional emptiness slowly shaping the nervous system from the inside. And because there was no obvious abuse, many people spend decades invalidating their own suffering. They tell themselves, "My childhood wasn't that bad. Other people had it worse. I shouldn't feel this affected." But pain does not need to become extreme before it becomes real. Sometimes the deepest wounds come from what was missing, not only from what happened. A child may have had food, clothing, shelter, and routine, yet still felt emotionally alone every single day. No one noticed their sadness deeply. No one sat with their fears patiently. No one helped them process difficult emotions safely. Their inner world remained unseen for years, and eventually the child stops expecting emotional connection altogether. That is what makes emotional neglect so invisible. The child adapts quietly. They stop expressing needs. They stop asking for comfort. They stop expecting emotional support. They become emotionally independent too early. And because this adaptation often looks calm on the outside, nobody realizes the child is emotionally starving underneath. Some emotionally neglected children become highly self-sufficient adults who secretly struggle with intimacy. Others become people-pleasers desperate for connection while feeling deeply unworthy of it at the same time. Some feel emotionally numb. Some feel chronically lonely even around people who love them. Because emotional neglect does not only affect emotions, it affects identity. Children learn who they are partly through emotional reflection. When caregivers notice their feelings, respond to them, and help them understand their emotions, the child develops a sense of inner security. But when emotional needs are repeatedly ignored, minimized, or dismissed, the child grows up feeling emotionally unimportant. And that feeling follows them everywhere. Some adults carrying emotional neglect struggle to identify their own feelings clearly. They know how to function, survive, help others, and stay productive. But asking them what they truly need emotionally feels strangely difficult, because nobody taught them their emotions mattered enough to explore. Others become deeply uncomfortable needing people at all. Dependence feels dangerous. Vulnerability feels embarrassing. They learned early that emotional needs often led nowhere, so now they suppress those needs automatically. And beneath that suppression is usually grief. Grief for the emotional closeness they never fully received. The painful part is that emotionally neglected adults often blame themselves for the emptiness they carry. They think something is wrong with them because they feel disconnected, anxious, or emotionally exhausted, despite appearing fine on the outside. But emotional neglect changes the nervous system quietly over time. Psychologists explain that children require emotional attunement to develop healthy self-worth, emotional regulation, and secure attachment. Without consistent emotional responsiveness, the child often grows into adulthood carrying hidden insecurity, shame, and emotional confusion, not because they are weak, Because humans are emotionally relational by nature. A child can survive without emotional attunement physically, but emotionally, something important still gets lost. And perhaps one of the most painful parts of emotional neglect is that there is rarely permission to grieve it openly. People often minimize it because nothing terrible happened. But the absence of emotional connection can shape a life just as deeply as visible trauma. A child who constantly feels emotionally alone learns dangerous lessons. My feelings don't matter. I should handle everything myself. Needing comfort makes me weak. People won't really be there emotionally. Those beliefs eventually become adult patterns. This is why some people feel deeply uncomfortable receiving love consistently. Genuine emotional presence feels unfamiliar. They keep expecting distance, withdrawal, or emotional unavailability because that is what their nervous system adapted to long ago. The Stoics believed human suffering often grows when people become disconnected from their inner emotional reality. Emotional neglect creates exactly this kind of disconnection. The person learns how to survive externally while quietly abandoning themselves internally. But healing begins the moment you stop minimizing your emotional pain simply because it was invisible. You do not need dramatic trauma to justify your exhaustion. Loneliness hurts. Emotional invisibility hurts. Feeling unseen for years hurts. And perhaps the younger version of you spent a very long time trying to convince themselves they did not need comfort simply because comfort rarely arrived. That child deserved emotional warmth. That child deserved to feel noticed. That child deserved someone willing to sit beside their emotions instead of ignoring them. You were never too sensitive for wanting emotional closeness. You were human, and maybe now, slowly, you are finally beginning to understand why certain emptiness followed you for so many years. Not because you were broken, because emotional neglect taught you how to survive without connection, while your heart quietly kept longing for it the entire time. And after years of feeling emotionally unseen, emotionally responsible, emotionally overworked and emotionally neglected, many children eventually learn one final survival rule that follows them deep into adulthood. Do not be too much, too emotional, too loud, too sensitive, too needy, too excited, too expressive, too honest. Some children hear these messages directly through criticism or rejection. Others learn them silently through people's reactions. A parent becomes irritated when the child cries. Adults mock emotional sensitivity. Big feelings create tension inside the home. Joy becomes annoying. Anger becomes disrespectful. Sadness becomes dramatic. And slowly, the child begins shrinking themselves emotionally. Not because they want to, because emotional expression no longer feels safe. A child naturally wants to express emotions openly. Children laugh loudly, cry honestly, ask questions freely, and seek comfort openly when they feel hurt. But when those emotional expressions repeatedly create rejection, embarrassment, punishment, or emotional withdrawal, the nervous system quickly adapts. The child starts becoming careful. They hold back tears. They hide excitement. They suppress opinions. They minimize needs. They monitor how much space they take emotionally. Without realizing it, they begin building a smaller version of themselves for survival. And over time, this emotional suppression becomes automatic. Many adults today still carry deep fear around fully expressing themselves. They overthink every message before sending it. They apologize after opening up emotionally. They hesitate to share excitement because they fear judgment. They silence their own needs because they worry about overwhelming others. Even happiness can feel dangerous sometimes, because emotionally expressive children who were repeatedly dismissed often grow into adults who fear visibility itself. Part of them keeps asking, what if I become too much for people? That fear shapes entire personalities. Some people become emotionally quiet and disconnected. Others become chronic people pleasers who constantly adjust themselves to fit what others find comfortable. Some hide their true personality completely. Some become hyper-independent because needing emotional support feels humiliating. And underneath all of it is usually the same wound: the belief that authenticity threatens connection. That belief is heartbreaking because it forces a person to slowly abandon parts of themselves just to feel accepted. Many emotionally expressive children were never actually too much. They were simply carrying emotions nobody around them knew how to handle safely. That is an important difference. Children do not learn emotional suppression naturally. They learn it through repeated emotional experiences where their authentic reactions become unwelcome. Over time, the nervous system stops associating emotional openness with safety. This creates adults who constantly self-monitor. They think carefully before speaking. They analyze how others may react. They suppress emotions automatically. They avoid vulnerability even when they desperately crave closeness. And eventually, this emotional filtering becomes exhausting. Because pretending takes energy, living disconnected from your natural emotional self creates deep inner loneliness. People may know the edited version of you, while the real version quietly hides underneath, afraid of rejection. Psychologists explain that children develop healthy emotional confidence when caregivers consistently validate emotional expression instead of punishing or dismissing it. Emotional validation teaches children that their inner world matters and can exist safely around others. But emotional invalidation teaches the opposite. It teaches children that emotions create danger, that vulnerability pushes people away, that emotional honesty must be controlled carefully. And sadly, many adults carrying this wound still feel uncomfortable simply existing naturally around others. They rehearse conversations mentally, they hide emotional reactions, they tone themselves down constantly. Even in relationships, they may struggle to fully relax because part of them remains emotionally guarded. They fear being too needy, too emotional, or too difficult if they fully reveal themselves. The Stoics believed emotional awareness matters deeply, but true Stoic wisdom was never about suppressing humanity completely. It was about understanding emotions without becoming enslaved by fear, shame, or impulsiveness. But many emotionally wounded people confuse emotional suppression with emotional strength. Those are not the same thing. Suppressing yourself may help you survive emotionally difficult environments, but it slowly disconnects you from your own aliveness. Healing begins when you slowly question the old belief that your emotions automatically burden others. When you allow yourself to laugh fully again. When you express needs without immediate shame. When you stop shrinking your personality to keep everyone comfortable. This can feel terrifying at first because the nervous system remembers old emotional consequences. Vulnerability may still trigger fear. Openness may still feel risky. But slowly, the adult you are becoming can begin teaching the younger version of you something new. Your emotions are not a problem to hide. Your sensitivity is not weakness. Your presence does not become wrong simply because it is visible. You are allowed to take up emotional space. You are allowed to feel deeply. You are allowed to express joy, sadness, fear, excitement, disappointment, and love without apologizing for your humanity. Because perhaps the saddest thing emotional wounds ever taught some children was that they had to become smaller to remain lovable. But real healing begins the moment you stop abandoning parts of yourself just to keep connection. And maybe now, after years of shrinking emotionally to survive, You are finally beginning to understand something your younger self desperately needed to hear. You were never too much. You were simply carrying feelings that deserved gentleness instead of rejection. And after spending years learning how to hide emotions, minimize needs, and shrink themselves to survive, many people grow into adults who experience something deeply confusing. Kindness makes them uncomfortable, not because they dislike love, because part of their nervous system no longer knows how to trust it. Some people become anxious when someone treats them gently. Compliments feel suspicious. Affection feels overwhelming. Emotional consistency feels unfamiliar. Deep care creates discomfort instead of relief. And they often do not understand why. A person may desperately crave love while simultaneously feeling unsafe the moment it finally arrives. This contradiction confuses many wounded nervous systems, but it makes sense when you understand where the fear began. Children learn what love feels like through repeated emotional experiences. If affection was inconsistent, conditional, emotionally distant, manipulative, or unpredictable, the nervous system adapts around instability. The child learns to stay emotionally guarded because closeness once carried pain too. Sometimes love arrived alongside criticism. Sometimes kindness disappeared suddenly. Sometimes emotional warmth was followed by rejection. Sometimes vulnerability was ignored. Sometimes affection had to be earned. And over time, the child stops associating love with safety. Instead, love becomes emotionally uncertain. That emotional uncertainty follows people into adulthood quietly. Some adults pull away when others get too close emotionally. Some downplay compliments immediately. Some become suspicious when people are kind without wanting something in return. Some feel guilty receiving help. Some panic internally when someone genuinely cares about them consistently, because part of them keeps waiting for the kindness to disappear, or worse, to become weaponized later. This is one of the hidden effects of wounded attachment. The nervous system becomes more familiar with emotional disappointment than emotional safety. Chaos feels recognizable. Emotional distance feels predictable. But healthy affection feels emotionally unfamiliar. And unfamiliar things often feel dangerous to the brain. Many people carrying childhood wounds unknowingly feel more emotionally comfortable chasing unavailable love than receiving stable love. They trust inconsistency more than consistency because inconsistency shaped their earliest emotional experiences. That is why some people sabotage healthy relationships without fully understanding why. Deep down, calm love feels strange. Safety feels suspicious. Genuine care activates vulnerability they spent years protecting themselves from. And vulnerability feels terrifying when trust once led to emotional pain. Some wounded adults even become emotionally overwhelmed when someone treats them kindly because their nervous system never fully learned how to receive care. Tears appear unexpectedly. Anxiety rises. The body becomes tense, not because kindness is bad, because their inner child still does not fully believe they deserve it. That belief creates heartbreaking patterns. Some people overgive because receiving feels uncomfortable. Some reject help automatically. Some emotionally withdraw after moments of closeness. Some secretly believe love will disappear the moment they stop performing perfectly. And underneath all of it is usually grief. Grief for the kind of love they needed when they were younger. The kind of love that felt steady, patient, emotionally safe, warm without conditions. Psychologists explain that attachment wounds deeply shape how the nervous system responds to intimacy and affection. Children who experience inconsistent emotional care often develop protective emotional strategies. Hyper-independence, emotional distancing, distrust, people-pleasing, or avoidance become ways to protect the heart from future pain. The problem is that these same protective patterns later block healthy connection too. The nervous system stays guarded even when danger is no longer present. This creates adults who long for closeness while fearing it at the same time. The Stoics understood that human beings often become trapped by old emotional perceptions long after circumstances change. Epictetus taught that the mind continues reacting to old fears automatically unless awareness interrupts the pattern. And healing begins exactly there. Awareness. The moment you realize, my discomfort with kindness may not mean something is wrong with the other person. It may simply mean your nervous system is still learning what safe love feels like. That realization changes everything, because many emotionally wounded people blame themselves for struggling to receive affection. They feel guilty for being emotionally guarded, ashamed for overthinking care, confused by their own reactions. But your nervous system learned caution for a reason. A younger version of you adapted to emotional inconsistency the best way they could. And now healing asks something very different from you. Not endless self-protection, but slow emotional trust. Trusting that kindness does not always hide danger. Trusting that love can exist without conditions. Trusting that receiving care does not automatically create weakness. This takes time. A wounded nervous system does not suddenly relax overnight. It learns safety gradually through repeated emotional experiences. Gentle consistency, honest connection, emotional reliability, compassion without manipulation. And perhaps one of the hardest but most healing things you will ever learn is this. You do not have to earn every act of love through suffering. You are allowed to receive kindness without apologizing for it. You are allowed to be cared for without proving your worth first. You are allowed to soften without expecting betrayal immediately afterward. Because the child inside you may have spent years surviving emotionally unpredictable love, but the adult you are becoming is finally allowed to experience something different. Love that does not require fear in order to feel real. And after spending years struggling to trust kindness, another painful pattern often begins shaping the heart quietly from underneath everything else. A constant expectation that people will eventually leave. Not always physically, emotionally. Some adults walk into relationships already preparing for abandonment before the connection even fully begins. They overanalyze changes in tone. They panic over delayed responses. They assume distance means rejection. Small emotional shifts feel enormous inside them. And what hurts most is that many of them desperately want love. They crave closeness deeply. But at the same time, part of their nervous system keeps whispering, don't get too comfortable. They'll leave eventually. You'll be too much. You'll get hurt again. This fear rarely appears out of nowhere. It often begins very early in life. Some children experience abandonment directly through absence, neglect, separation, divorce, emotional withdrawal, inconsistent caregiving, or unstable attachment. Others experience emotional abandonment in quieter ways. A parent may have been physically present, but emotionally unavailable. Love may have appeared inconsistently. Attention may have disappeared unpredictably. And for a child, inconsistency feels terrifying. Because children depend emotionally on connection for survival. When emotional closeness repeatedly disappears without safety or reassurance, the nervous system adapts around fear. The child becomes highly sensitive to signs of rejection. They begin monitoring connection constantly because losing connection once felt deeply painful, and over time, abandonment stops feeling like a possibility. It starts feeling inevitable. This belief quietly follows people into adulthood. Some become clingy in relationships because they fear losing people constantly. Others become emotionally distant because avoiding attachment feels safer than risking abandonment again. Some overgive, overlove, and overperform, hoping they can become impossible to leave. But no amount of perfection fully removes the fear. Because the wound is not logical, it is nervous system deep. Many adults carrying abandonment wounds struggle to feel secure even in loving relationships. Their mind keeps searching for signs that the connection is fading. A small disagreement feels catastrophic. Emotional distance feels unbearable. Silence creates panic. Not because they are dramatic, because their nervous system remembers what emotional loss once felt like. This creates exhausting internal cycles. They become hyper-aware of changes in affection. They overthink interactions constantly. They fear vulnerability while craving closeness desperately. They become emotionally attached quickly because safety feels fragile. And sadly, many people carrying abandonment wounds secretly expect rejection so strongly that they unintentionally recreate it. Some push people away first. Some become emotionally reactive from fear. Some tolerate unhealthy relationships because losing connection feels worse than enduring pain. The nervous system often chooses familiar pain over unfamiliar peace. That is one of the hardest truths about unresolved childhood wounds. A child who learned that love disappears unpredictably often grows into an adult who struggles to fully relax inside intimacy. Deep down, part of them keeps waiting for the moment they become unwanted again. Psychologists explain that early abandonment shapes attachment patterns powerfully because the developing brain builds its understanding of safety through emotional consistency. When caregivers become emotionally unavailable, inconsistent, or rejecting, the child often internalizes painful beliefs. I'm not lovable enough to stay loved. People always leave. I have to work hard to keep connection. Love is unstable. Those beliefs later shape adult relationships automatically. And perhaps the saddest part is that many people carrying abandonment wounds blame themselves constantly for their fear. They call themselves needy, insecure, clingy, or broken, without realizing their nervous system adapted to emotional instability long ago. But fear of abandonment is not weakness. It is often the echo of a younger self who experienced emotional loss before they were emotionally equipped to understand it. The Stoics believed suffering often grows when fear controls the mind's perception of the future. But they also understood that fear cannot simply be forced away through denial. It must first be understood honestly. And healing abandonment wounds begins there. Not with shame, not with self-criticism, with understanding. Understanding why your nervous system became sensitive to distance. Understanding why rejection feels heavier for you. Understanding why consistency matters so deeply to your heart. Because perhaps the younger version of you spent years emotionally bracing for disconnection. And now, as an adult, your body still reacts as though love could disappear at any moment. Healing means slowly teaching yourself something new. Not everyone leaves. Not every silence means abandonment. Not every emotional shift means rejection. This takes time because wounded attachment does not disappear overnight. The nervous system learns safety gradually through repeated emotional consistency, honesty, reliability, and self-compassion. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is finally realizing this. You should never have had to spend childhood wondering whether love would stay. A child deserves reassurance. A child deserves emotional consistency. A child deserves to feel safe being attached. You were never too needy for wanting stable love. You were human. And maybe now, after years of fearing rejection before it even arrives, you are finally beginning to understand that love was never supposed to feel like something you constantly had to brace yourself to lose. And after spending years fearing rejection, many people unknowingly develop another painful emotional pattern. They keep chasing validation from the exact kind of people who cannot fully give them love safely. Emotionally unavailable partners, cold friends, distant parents, unpredictable relationships, people who give just enough attention to keep hope alive, but never enough consistency to create peace. And what makes this so heartbreaking is that the person often knows the relationship is hurting them, yet part of them still cannot let go. Because deep inside, the nervous system is not only searching for love, it is searching for resolution. Some children grow up constantly trying to win emotional connection from caregivers who were inconsistent, emotionally distant, critical, distracted, overwhelmed, or unavailable. The child keeps hoping that if they become good enough, lovable enough, successful enough, quiet enough, or helpful enough, they will finally receive the emotional closeness they crave. But when that closeness never fully arrives, the emotional wound remains unfinished, and the nervous system carries that unfinished longing into adulthood. This is why some adults become emotionally attached to people who repeatedly make them feel uncertain. The emotional dynamic feels strangely familiar. The inconsistency creates anxiety, but also emotional hope. Part of them unconsciously believes, maybe this time I can finally earn the love I couldn't fully receive before. That is the hidden desire underneath many painful relationships. Not weakness, not stupidity, a wounded attempt to rewrite old emotional pain. Psychologists often explain this through attachment theory and repetition compulsion. Human beings unconsciously repeat familiar emotional patterns, hoping for a different ending. The nervous system returns to similar emotional environments because it still longs to resolve what remained emotionally unfinished during childhood. And sadly, this creates adults who become trapped in cycles of emotional chasing. They overanalyze emotionally unavailable people. They become addicted to small moments of affection. They wait for messages that rarely come consistently. They excuse emotional neglect repeatedly. They stay attached to people who trigger deep insecurity, not because the relationship feels peaceful, because it feels emotionally familiar, and familiarity can feel powerful even when it hurts. Many emotionally unavailable relationships create the same emotional confusion wounded children once experienced. Warmth appears briefly, then disappears. Connection feels uncertain. Validation comes unpredictably. The nervous system becomes hyper-focused on gaining approval because approval feels emotionally scarce. This creates emotional obsession easily. The person starts measuring their worth through another person's attention. Every small sign of affection feels deeply relieving. Every moment of distance feels devastating. And underneath all of it is usually an inner child still trying to answer one painful question. What do I need to do to finally be chosen fully? That question quietly shapes entire lives. Some people spend years trying to heal childhood rejection through adult relationships without realizing it. They become emotionally exhausted chasing unavailable people while abandoning themselves in the process. And what makes this wound especially painful is that emotionally unavailable people often trigger the deepest emotional chemistry in wounded nervous systems. The uncertainty activates old attachment fears. The emotional inconsistency creates longing. The person becomes emotionally trapped between hope and pain. But healthy love rarely feels like emotional survival. Healthy love feels safe, consistent, steady, emotionally available. And for wounded nervous systems, that kind of love may initially feel unfamiliar or even boring because chaos once defined emotional connection during childhood. The Stoics understood that human beings often suffer because they keep seeking external validation to heal internal wounds. Epictetus taught that depending entirely on another person's approval for emotional peace creates suffering because you surrender your emotional stability to something outside your control. But this pattern is not healed through shame. You cannot shame yourself into emotional security. Healing begins through awareness. The moment you begin asking, "Am I truly in love with this person? Or am I trying to finally heal an older wound through them?" That question changes everything. Because many emotionally wounded adults are not only grieving present relationships, they are grieving childhood emotional deprivation still living quietly underneath them. The part of them still longing to finally feel fully chosen, fully seen, fully wanted, fully enough. And perhaps for the first time, you are beginning to understand why emotionally unavailable people felt so emotionally powerful to you. Not because you deserved emotional inconsistency, because your nervous system learned to associate longing with love a long time ago. But healing slowly teaches something different. Love should not constantly leave you anxious. Love should not require endless chasing. Love should not make you feel emotionally starving most of the time. You are allowed to stop trying to earn emotional availability from people determined to remain distant. You are allowed to stop proving your worth to people who cannot recognize it consistently. You are allowed to choose peace over emotional confusion. And maybe one of the deepest forms of healing is finally understanding this. You cannot heal childhood emotional abandonment by repeatedly attaching yourself to people who continue abandoning you emotionally. At some point, the healing becomes choosing yourself instead. Choosing relationships that feel safe instead of familiar. Choosing consistency instead of emotional unpredictability. Choosing people who do not make love feel like something you constantly have to fight for, because the child inside you was never supposed to spend a lifetime begging emotionally unavailable people to finally stay. And after spending years chasing validation from emotionally unavailable people, many adults slowly begin realizing something even deeper underneath their loneliness. They were never truly seen, not fully, not emotionally, not in the quiet, vulnerable, human ways that make a person feel deeply known and emotionally safe. Some children grow up surrounded by people and still feel invisible. Their achievements may have been noticed, their behavior may have been monitored, their responsibilities may have been acknowledged, but their inner emotional world remained unseen. Nobody noticed what they were carrying emotionally. Nobody asked what lived behind their silence. Nobody paused long enough to truly understand who they were becoming inside. And over time, the child adapts to this invisibility. They stop expecting emotional recognition. They stop expressing parts of themselves openly. They become skilled at surviving while quietly feeling alone. This creates one of the deepest forms of loneliness a human being can carry. Because physical loneliness is painful, but emotional invisibility creates a loneliness that follows a person even inside relationships. Many adults today have conversations, friendships, families, careers, and social lives, yet still feel profoundly unseen inside. Part of them keeps waiting for someone to finally notice the pain they hide so carefully. But they often hide it so well that nobody realizes how deeply disconnected they truly feel. Children who grow up emotionally unseen often become experts at adapting to other people's expectations. They learn how to become acceptable versions of themselves instead of authentic versions of themselves. They study what earns approval and slowly shape their identity around survival rather than genuine expression. And after enough years, they no longer know where the performance ends and the real self begins. This is why many emotionally unseen adults struggle with identity later in life. They know how to function, how to help, how to achieve, how to appear okay. But sitting quietly and asking, "Who am I underneath all these survival roles?" becomes unexpectedly difficult, because being truly seen requires emotional safety. And many children never had enough safety to fully become themselves openly, Some emotionally invisible children become overly independent adults because needing emotional closeness once felt pointless. Others become chronic people pleasers, constantly hoping someone will finally recognize their worth. Some become emotionally quiet, believing their thoughts and feelings do not matter enough to share. And underneath all of these patterns is usually grief. Grief for the years spent feeling emotionally alone while surrounded by people. One of the hardest parts of emotional invisibility is that it often creates adults who feel deeply disconnected, even during moments of connection. They may sit beside people they love while secretly feeling unknown inside. Part of them fears that if others saw their true emotions fully, they still would not feel understood. That fear creates profound isolation. Psychologists explain that children develop a healthy sense of self, partly through emotional attunement. When caregivers consistently notice, validate, and respond to a child's emotional experience, the child learns, "My inner world matters. I am understandable. I deserve emotional connection." But when emotional attunement is missing, the child often internalizes something very different. "My feelings are invisible. My needs do not matter. I am emotionally alone." Those beliefs quietly shape adulthood. Some people become emotionally hyper-aware of others while remaining disconnected from themselves. Some fear vulnerability because invisibility taught them emotional openness changes nothing. Others constantly crave recognition because part of them still longs for someone to finally see them completely. And perhaps the saddest part is that many emotionally unseen adults become so accustomed to hiding themselves that they unintentionally continue the invisibility. They smile while hurting. They say, "I'm fine," automatically. They minimize their emotions before others can dismiss them first. The nervous system learns concealment as protection, but hidden emotions still create loneliness. The Stoics understood that human beings suffer deeply when disconnected from their true nature. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about honesty with oneself, because inner peace becomes impossible when a person spends their life performing versions of themselves instead of living authentically. And healing emotional invisibility begins there, not through becoming louder, not through forcing attention, but through slowly allowing yourself to exist honestly again. To acknowledge your emotions instead of hiding them automatically. To recognize your needs without shame. To stop abandoning your inner world simply because others once failed to notice it. This can feel unfamiliar at first because emotionally unseen people often learn to survive through emotional self-erasure. Visibility feels vulnerable. Being known feels risky. But real connection can only happen where authenticity exists. You deserve relationships where you do not have to disappear emotionally to maintain connection. You deserve conversations where your feelings matter too. You deserve people who notice your emotional world without needing you to scream for help first. You deserve to feel emotionally present instead of emotionally hidden. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is finally becoming visible to yourself. Listening to your own emotions, honoring your own experiences, recognizing the pain you spent years minimizing, because the child inside you was never asking for perfection. They were asking for presence, for someone to truly look at them emotionally and quietly say, "I see you. I understand you." You do not have to carry this loneliness alone anymore. And after spending years feeling emotionally unseen, many people eventually make one final promise to themselves, without ever saying it out loud: "I will never need anyone again." At first, this promise feels like strength. It feels powerful to handle everything alone, to never ask for help, to never depend on anyone emotionally, to survive quietly without burdening others. People often admire these individuals. They call them independent, strong, self-sufficient, resilient, but hidden underneath that independence is often deep emotional pain that was never fully healed. Because hyper-independence is not always freedom. Sometimes it is self-protection built from years of emotional disappointment. Some children learn very early that asking for help changes nothing. Their emotions are ignored. Their vulnerability feels unsafe. Their needs are dismissed, criticized, mocked, or neglected. And eventually, the child stops reaching outward emotionally, not because they no longer need support, because needing support became too painful, so they adapt. They become emotionally self-reliant too early. They solve problems alone. They comfort themselves alone. They cry privately. They struggle silently. And over time, the nervous system learns a dangerous lesson. Depending on people is unsafe. That belief quietly shapes adulthood. Some hyper-independent adults would rather suffer privately than ask for help. Even during emotional collapse, they keep saying, "I'm fine, I'll handle it. I don't need anything." But inside, they are exhausted. Because no human being is meant to carry life entirely alone. Many hyper-independent people secretly crave emotional closeness deeply. They want support. They want safe connection. They want someone to lean on emotionally. But the moment vulnerability appears, fear rises immediately. What if they are disappointed again? What if people leave? What if needing someone becomes humiliating? What if vulnerability creates rejection? So instead of risking emotional dependence, they retreat back into control. Control feels safer than vulnerability. Some become addicted to handling everything themselves because relying on others once led to emotional pain. Others feel deeply uncomfortable receiving help because accepting care creates emotional exposure. Some even push loving people away unconsciously because intimacy threatens the emotional walls they spent years building. And sadly, many hyper-independent adults confuse isolation with strength. But isolation is not peace. It is often survival. Psychologists explain that hyper-independence commonly develops as a trauma response. Children who repeatedly experience emotional neglect, inconsistency, betrayal, criticism, or abandonment often learn that relying on others creates emotional danger. Over time, the nervous system begins treating vulnerability itself as unsafe. This creates adults who feel emotionally trapped between two painful fears, the fear of needing people and the fear of facing life completely alone. That internal conflict becomes exhausting. Many hyper-independent people secretly feel lonely all the time, but they struggle letting anyone close enough to truly help them. They become the person everyone relies on while privately carrying emotional overwhelm nobody sees. And because they appear capable externally, people rarely realize how much they are struggling internally. Some even feel shame when they finally break down emotionally. They judge themselves for needing support because their identity became built around being the strong one. But human beings are not designed to survive through emotional isolation. Even the strongest nervous system eventually becomes exhausted carrying pain alone. The Stoics valued self-discipline and inner strength, but they never taught emotional isolation. Marcus Aurelius himself relied on trusted teachers, friendships, wisdom, and human connection throughout his life. Stoic resilience was not about pretending you need nobody. It was about learning how to remain grounded while still allowing healthy connection. But wounded nervous systems often misunderstand this completely. They believe emotional independence means never needing anyone, when in reality, true healing often begins the moment a person finally allows themselves to be supported safely. That is terrifying for many people, because receiving help requires trust. Trust requires vulnerability, and vulnerability once created pain. So the nervous system resists. Even when emotionally drowning, some people still refuse help because accepting care awakens old fears buried deep inside childhood. Fears of disappointment, rejection, shame, dependence, abandonment. But slowly, healing teaches something different. Needing support does not make you weak. Being vulnerable does not make you broken. Allowing people to care for you does not make you a burden. You are human, and perhaps the younger version of you became hyper-independent because they had to survive emotionally without enough reliable support. That child learned how to carry impossible emotional weight alone because they believed nobody else truly would. That survival strategy deserves compassion. It protected you once, but now maybe it is also exhausting you. Healing begins when you stop treating emotional isolation like safety. When you allow yourself to say, "I'm struggling, I need support, I cannot carry everything alone anymore." At first, this may feel deeply uncomfortable. The nervous system may panic. Shame may appear immediately, but slowly your body begins learning that safe support can exist, that not everyone leaves, that not everyone dismisses your pain. That healthy connection does not always end in emotional betrayal. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is finally realizing this. You were never supposed to become emotionally indestructible. You were supposed to feel safe enough to lean on others sometimes too. Because strength is not refusing help while drowning emotionally. Real strength is allowing yourself to be held without shame when life becomes too heavy to carry alone. And after spending years becoming hyper-independent, many people eventually realize something heartbreaking about their childhood. They were not only carrying pain, they were hiding it constantly. Some children grow up learning that certain emotions are unsafe to express. Crying creates criticism. Anger creates punishment. Fear gets ignored. Sadness makes others uncomfortable. Vulnerability becomes embarrassing. So the child slowly begins hiding their emotional world from everyone around them. Not because they do not feel deeply, because feeling openly no longer feels safe. At first, this emotional suppression happens quietly. The child wipes tears quickly before anyone notices. They smile when they are hurting. They say, "I'm okay," automatically. They keep fears private. They comfort themselves alone at night. And eventually, hiding emotions becomes automatic survival. Many emotionally suppressed children become adults who struggle identifying what they truly feel because they spent years disconnecting from emotions just to survive emotionally difficult environments. They know how to function, how to stay composed, how to appear strong, but deep emotional honesty feels strangely unfamiliar. And underneath that emotional control is often profound loneliness. Because nothing feels lonelier than carrying emotions nobody ever truly sees. Some children become emotionally quiet because they learned their feelings overwhelmed others. Others suppress emotions because vulnerability once led to rejection or ridicule. Some grow up around emotionally unavailable caregivers who simply did not know how to handle emotional expression safely. So the child adapts the best way they can. They stop reaching outward emotionally, but suppressed emotions do not disappear. They stay inside the body. This is why many emotionally suppressed adults carry unexplained sadness, anxiety, exhaustion, or emotional numbness later in life. Their nervous system spent years containing emotions instead of processing them safely. And emotional suppression creates a very specific kind of loneliness. The loneliness of being surrounded by people while nobody truly knows what you are carrying inside. Some adults become so skilled at hiding pain that even the people closest to them cannot tell when they are struggling. They joke while hurting. They help others while emotionally drowning. They appear calm while carrying enormous internal pressure. And because they learned to suppress emotions so early, They often feel guilty expressing needs now. Crying feels weak. Opening up feels dangerous. Asking for comfort feels unnatural. Part of them still fears becoming too emotional for others. This creates relationships where the person remains emotionally hidden even while physically present. They long for connection deeply, yet struggle to let people fully see them. Emotional walls remain active long after childhood ends. And sadly, many emotionally suppressed adults secretly believe nobody would truly understand them anyway. That belief deepens the loneliness. Psychologists explain that emotional suppression often develops as a protective response during childhood environments where emotional expression felt unsafe, unsupported, or overwhelming. The nervous system learns that controlling emotions reduces emotional danger, but over time, chronic suppression disconnects people from their own inner experience. The person becomes emotionally functional, but internally disconnected. Some even struggle feeling joy fully because emotional suppression rarely affects only painful emotions. When the nervous system learns to numb sadness, fear, or anger, it often numbs excitement, softness, vulnerability, and connection too. This creates adults who feel emotionally flat sometimes without understanding why. Not because they lack feelings, because their nervous system spent years protecting them through emotional shutdown. The Stoics are often misunderstood here. Many people think Stoicism means suppressing emotions completely, but true Stoic wisdom was never emotional numbness. Marcus Aurelius wrote constantly about observing emotions honestly instead of being controlled by them blindly. There is a huge difference between emotional awareness and emotional suppression. Suppression says, hide this feeling so nobody sees it. Awareness says, this feeling exists and I can face it without shame. Healing begins when emotionally suppressed people slowly relearn emotional safety, not forcing vulnerability immediately, not exposing every wound all at once, but gently allowing emotions to exist again without automatically hiding them. This can feel frightening at first because the nervous system still remembers old emotional danger. Tears may feel embarrassing, openness may create anxiety, vulnerability may trigger fear. But slowly, something important begins changing. The body realizes emotions themselves were never the enemy. The real pain came from carrying them alone for too long. And perhaps the younger version of you spent years desperately wanting someone to notice the sadness behind your silence. Maybe they hoped someone would ask deeper questions. Maybe they wished someone would sit beside them long enough to make emotional honesty feel safe. That child deserved emotional safety. That child deserved comfort. That child deserved space to feel fully human without shame. You were never weak for having emotions. You were simply forced to survive in environments that could not fully hold them safely. And maybe now, after years of hiding your inner world carefully, you are finally beginning to understand that emotional expression is not failure. It is release. You do not always have to stay composed. You do not always have to carry pain privately. You do not always have to hide sadness behind strength. Because healing loneliness is not only about being around people. It is finally allowing yourself to be emotionally seen without feeling unsafe for it. And after spending years hiding emotions to survive, many people eventually become deeply afraid of one thing above almost everything else: being emotionally exposed. Not failure, not embarrassment, not struggle, vulnerability. Because for some children, vulnerability was never met with safety. It was met with humiliation. Some children cried and were mocked for being too sensitive. Some opened up emotionally and were ignored. Some expressed fear and were laughed at. Some trusted people with their emotions only to have those emotions dismissed, minimized, punished, or used against them later. And when emotional exposure repeatedly leads to pain, the nervous system learns a powerful lesson. Never let people see too much of you. That lesson follows many people into adulthood quietly. Some adults would rather fail publicly than cry in front of someone. They would rather struggle silently than admit they are hurting. They would rather appear cold than risk emotional rejection again, because vulnerability no longer feels like connection. It feels dangerous. Many people carrying this wound become emotionally guarded in ways others barely notice. They joke instead of opening up seriously. They intellectualize emotions instead of feeling them. They avoid difficult conversations. They stay emotionally self-contained even inside close relationships. And from the outside, they often appear strong, composed, independent, confident, but internally they are exhausted from protecting themselves constantly. Some fear vulnerability because emotional honesty once created shame. Others fear it because their pain was ignored so many times that expressing emotions now feels pointless. Some became emotionally guarded after betrayal, ridicule or rejection during emotionally vulnerable moments. And over time, emotional walls become survival structures. The nervous system begins treating emotional openness like physical danger. This is why some adults panic internally during moments of intimacy. Someone asks how they truly feel, and suddenly they freeze. A person offers genuine emotional closeness, and part of them wants to run away. Tears begin forming, and shame immediately appears, not because vulnerability is weakness, because their body still remembers emotional pain connected to exposure. Some people become masters at controlling how others perceive them. They reveal only safe emotions, only polished emotions, only manageable pieces of themselves. Deep emotional honesty feels too risky because part of them believes, if people truly see me, they may hurt me. That belief creates profound loneliness, because real connection cannot fully happen where authenticity remains hidden. Psychologists explain that emotional humiliation during childhood deeply affects attachment, self-worth, and nervous system regulation. When children repeatedly experience rejection, criticism, ridicule, or punishment during vulnerable moments, the brain begins associating emotional openness with danger. This creates adults who struggle trusting intimacy itself, not because they do not want closeness, because closeness once carried emotional pain. And sadly, many emotionally guarded adults secretly judge themselves for this fear. They call themselves emotionally unavailable, distant, cold, or broken, without realizing their nervous system developed protection strategies for survival long ago. But emotional armor always comes with a cost. Yes, it protects against rejection, but it also blocks connection. It prevents people from truly seeing you, truly understanding you, truly loving the parts of you hidden underneath the survival mask. And eventually, the exhaustion of staying emotionally protected all the time becomes overwhelming. Because human beings are not built to remain emotionally hidden forever. The Stoics believed courage was not the absence of fear. Courage was facing fear consciously instead of letting fear control your entire life. And for emotionally wounded people, vulnerability often becomes one of the greatest forms of courage imaginable. Not dramatic vulnerability, not reckless exposure, but honest emotional presence. The willingness to slowly let yourself be known without immediately retreating behind protection. This is difficult because wounded nervous systems often confuse emotional openness with loss of control. Vulnerability feels unpredictable, unsafe, exposing. But healing begins when you slowly realize something important. Your emotions were never shameful simply because someone once mishandled them. Your sadness was not weakness. Your sensitivity was not failure. Your vulnerability was not something deserving humiliation. The people who made emotional honesty feel unsafe were responding through their own limitations, wounds, immaturity, or emotional incapacity. But a child naturally internalizes those experiences personally. So now, as an adult, part of you still braces for emotional injury whenever closeness appears. And perhaps the younger version of you spent years learning how to survive by staying emotionally guarded because openness once created too much pain. That child deserves compassion. Those walls protected you once, but now maybe they are also preventing the deeper connection your heart quietly longs for. Healing does not mean forcing yourself to trust everyone immediately. It means slowly teaching your nervous system that safe people do exist. People who do not mock vulnerability. People who do not weaponize emotions. People who can sit beside your humanity without making you feel ashamed for it. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is finally allowing yourself to believe this. Being emotionally open does not make you weak. It makes you human. You are allowed to be seen without apologizing for your feelings. You are allowed to express pain without expecting humiliation. You are allowed to let someone close enough to witness the parts of you that spent years hiding in silence. Because the child inside you was never supposed to learn that vulnerability leads to danger. They were supposed to learn that vulnerability, in the right hands, leads to love. And after spending years hiding emotions, fearing rejection, overworking for love, carrying everyone's pain, and surviving through emotional protection, many people eventually reach a quiet breaking point inside themselves. Not outwardly, internally. A moment where they become exhausted from fighting themselves all the time. Because beneath so many childhood wounds lives one painful habit that keeps suffering alive long after childhood ends: self-blame. Some adults spend years attacking themselves for the very survival patterns that once protected them emotionally. They call themselves weak for struggling with anxiety, broken for fearing abandonment, too emotional for needing reassurance, cold for struggling with vulnerability, lazy for feeling exhausted, needy for wanting love, difficult for carrying pain they never chose. And underneath all that self-judgment is often a younger version of themselves who was simply trying to survive emotionally impossible situations. That is what makes this realization so powerful. Many of the behaviors people hate themselves for today were once intelligent survival responses during childhood. Hypervigilance protected you from unpredictability. People-pleasing protected you from rejection. Emotional suppression protected you from humiliation. Hyper-independence protected you from disappointment. Overachievement protected you from feeling worthless. These patterns did not appear randomly, they were adaptations. And when you finally begin seeing them through compassion instead of shame, something inside the nervous system slowly softens for the first time. Because healing cannot fully happen while you are still treating yourself like the enemy. Many emotionally wounded people become deeply harsh toward themselves without realizing it. They believe self-criticism will somehow force them into becoming healthier, calmer, stronger, or more lovable. But constant self-punishment only deepens the original wounds. The inner voice becomes cruel. You should be over this already. What's wrong with you? Why are you like this? You ruin everything. You're too damaged. And sadly, that voice often sounds familiar because it echoes emotional messages absorbed during childhood. Children naturally internalize the environments around them. If they grow up around criticism, emotional neglect, rejection, unpredictability, or shame, they often begin treating themselves the same way internally later in life. The nervous system learns self-attack as survival, but self-punishment creates exhaustion, not healing. Psychologists explain that self-compassion is one of the most important parts of emotional recovery because shame keeps the nervous system trapped in defense mode. A person cannot fully heal while constantly emotionally attacking themselves for surviving the only way they knew how. And this is where something beautiful begins changing. The moment you stop asking, "What's wrong with me?" and start asking, "What happened to me?" everything shifts. Because suddenly, your anxiety becomes understandable, your fear becomes understandable, your emotional exhaustion becomes understandable, not excuses, understanding, and understanding creates space for healing. The Stoics believed deeply in self-awareness, but true Stoic wisdom was never about self-hatred. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to meet human imperfection with patience, including his own. He understood that human beings struggle, fall, fear, react, and suffer because they are human, not because they are monsters. And maybe for the first time in your life, you are beginning to see yourself through gentler eyes too, not as a failure, but as someone who adapted to pain the best way they could at the time. That perspective changes the nervous system profoundly, because self-compassion does not mean pretending painful patterns are healthy. It means recognizing that those patterns once served a purpose. The people-pleaser was trying to stay emotionally safe. The hyper-independent person was trying to avoid disappointment. The emotionally guarded person was trying to avoid humiliation. The overachiever was trying to finally feel worthy. And perhaps the younger version of you spent years carrying emotional burdens no child should ever have had to carry alone. That child deserved guidance, safety, patience, emotional reassurance, not lifelong shame for adapting to pain. Healing begins when you stop fighting your survival responses with hatred and start meeting them with curiosity instead. Not, "Why am I so broken?" but, "What was my nervous system trying to protect me from?" That question opens the door to compassion. And compassion changes people in ways shame never can. Because shame says, "You are the problem." Compassion says, "You were hurting." There is a huge difference. And perhaps one of the rarest forms of healing is finally realizing that you do not need to spend the rest of your life punishing yourself for the ways you survived emotionally difficult environments. You are allowed to outgrow old survival patterns gently. You are allowed to heal without hating yourself first. You are allowed to become softer toward the parts of you that struggled. Because your nervous system was never trying to destroy you. It was trying to protect you the only way it knew how. And maybe now, after years of carrying shame for your pain, you're finally beginning to understand something your inner child desperately needed to hear a long time ago. You were not difficult to love. You were a wounded human being trying to survive emotionally without enough safety, guidance, or comfort. And that version of you deserves compassion now, not punishment anymore. And after years of surviving emotional instability, many people eventually notice something deeply confusing about themselves. Peace feels uncomfortable. Not because they truly want suffering, because their nervous system became trained around chaos for so long that calmness now feels unfamiliar. Some adults secretly feel restless during stable seasons of life. When things finally become quiet, the mind starts searching for problems automatically. If relationships feel healthy, they begin expecting conflict. If life slows down, anxiety appears. If nothing is wrong, the body still feels tense. And many people do not understand why. They finally have the peace they once prayed for, yet part of them still cannot relax inside it. This often begins in childhood. Some children grow up in homes filled with emotional unpredictability, constant tension, sudden anger, unstable moods, emotional inconsistency, criticism, fear, conflict, silence that felt heavy, love that felt uncertain. And when a child lives inside that environment long enough, the nervous system adapts to survival mode. Stress becomes normal, hypervigilance becomes normal, emotional unpredictability becomes normal. The body learns to stay alert constantly because emotional danger could appear at any moment. At first, this adaptation protects the child. A hyper-alert nervous system helps them anticipate conflict, prepare emotionally, stay cautious, avoid danger. But over time, the body becomes conditioned to stress itself. That conditioning follows them into adulthood quietly. Some adults unconsciously create chaos when life becomes too peaceful because calmness feels emotionally unfamiliar. Others become addicted to overworking, overthinking, emotional drama, toxic relationships, or constant busyness because stress feels strangely energizing to their nervous system, not because chaos feels good, but because chaos feels familiar. And familiarity creates emotional comfort, even when it hurts. This is one of the most painful effects of nervous system conditioning. The body can become so used to stress hormones that peace itself begins feeling emotionally unnatural. Some people feel anxious during calm moments because their nervous system keeps expecting something bad to happen. Others feel emotionally numb without constant stimulation. Some unconsciously sabotage stability because peace creates vulnerability they do not know how to trust yet. The nervous system says, "This calmness cannot last. Prepare yourself. Stay alert. Something is coming." Even when nothing dangerous is actually happening, this creates adults who struggle to fully enjoy their lives. They may finally have healthy relationships, stability, opportunities, or emotional safety. Yet their body still behaves as though survival mode is necessary. And over time, chronic stress becomes exhausting. The body stays tense. Sleep becomes difficult. The mind overthinks constantly. Emotions remain heightened. Relaxation feels almost impossible. Some people even mistake stress for productivity or passion because they spent so many years emotionally activated. Calmness feels empty. Stillness feels uncomfortable. They feel more alive during chaos because their nervous system became chemically accustomed to intensity. Psychologists explain that prolonged childhood stress can deeply shape nervous system regulation. Chronic exposure to emotional instability conditions the brain to remain hyper-alert long after the danger is gone. The body learns survival patterns that later become difficult to turn off automatically. This is why healing often feels strange at first. Healthy relationships may feel boring. Peaceful environments may feel unfamiliar. Stable routines may feel emotionally flat. Not because they are unhealthy, because the nervous system is detoxing from chaos. The Stoics understood how deeply repeated emotional states shape the mind. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced returning himself to inner steadiness because he knew the human mind easily becomes consumed by emotional turbulence when left unexamined. But for wounded nervous systems, steadiness must often be relearned slowly. You cannot shame your body into feeling safe. You cannot force peace overnight. The nervous system heals through repetition, through consistency, through emotional safety experienced over time. And perhaps the most important part of healing is understanding this. Your addiction to stress was never proof that you enjoy suffering. It was proof that your body adapted to emotional chaos for survival. A younger version of you spent years learning how to stay emotionally prepared because life once felt unpredictable. That child became skilled at surviving unstable environments. But survival mode is exhausting when it never turns off. And maybe now, for the first time, your nervous system is slowly beginning to realize something new. Not every calm moment hides danger. Not every silence leads to pain. Not every peaceful season is temporary. This realization takes patience. because part of your body may still resist peace at first. Anxiety may still appear during stillness. Restlessness may still surface when life becomes quiet. But that does not mean healing is failing. It means your nervous system is learning a completely different way of existing. A way where safety does not require hypervigilance. A way where calmness does not feel threatening. A way where you no longer need emotional chaos to feel alive. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is finally teaching your body something it never fully learned during childhood. Peace is not danger. Peace is what your nervous system was searching for the entire time. And after spending years living inside survival mode, many people carry another invisible burden that quietly follows them everywhere they go. The feeling that everyone else is somehow ahead in life, ahead emotionally, ahead financially, ahead socially, ahead mentally, ahead spiritually. No matter how much they accomplish, part of them still feels late, behind, incomplete, as if everyone else received some secret instruction manual for life that they somehow missed. And what makes this wound so painful is that it often begins very early. Some children grow up constantly compared to others, compared to siblings, compared to classmates, compared to neighbors, compared to unrealistic expectations. Someone is always doing better, behaving better, achieving more, being praised more. And over time, the child stops seeing themselves as a unique human being developing at their own pace. Instead, they begin measuring their worth through comparison. That comparison slowly becomes internalized. The child starts believing, "I'm not enough yet. I should be further ahead. Everyone else is doing life better than me." And those thoughts quietly follow them into adulthood. Some adults wake up every day feeling pressured to catch up emotionally. Even peaceful moments feel rushed because part of them believes they are falling behind somehow. They compare careers, relationships, success, appearance, healing, finances, productivity, and happiness constantly. And no matter what they achieve, satisfaction rarely lasts long. Because comparison creates endless emotional hunger. There will always be someone richer, someone younger, someone more successful, someone more confident, someone seemingly more healed. And a nervous system trained through childhood comparison becomes trapped in constant self-measurement. This creates adults who struggle celebrating their own lives fully. Instead of enjoying progress, they focus on how far they still have left to go. Instead of honoring their own journey, they criticize themselves for not matching someone else's timeline. And beneath all that pressure is often deep inadequacy, a quiet feeling that says, "You are not where you should be." That belief becomes emotionally exhausting. Some people become chronic overachievers trying to outrun feelings of inferiority. Others become discouraged and emotionally stuck because comparison convinces them they will never measure up anyway. Some constantly seek external validation because their internal self-worth feels unstable. And sadly, social media intensifies this wound even more. People now compare their real emotional struggles to carefully edited versions of other people's lives every single day. The nervous system becomes overloaded with unrealistic standards constantly, but comparison wounds existed long before technology. Many children learned very early that love, approval, or attention felt connected to performance and comparison. Praise often arrived conditionally. Being better became emotionally important. Falling behind created shame. And eventually, life stopped feeling like a personal journey. It became a competition for worthiness. Psychologists explain that chronic comparison during childhood deeply affects self-esteem and identity development. Children naturally build self-worth partly through how caregivers reflect value back to them. When comparison dominates that environment, the child often develops unstable self-worth tied to external measurement. This creates adults who rarely feel internally secure. No accomplishment feels final enough. No success feels fully satisfying. No amount of progress quiets the feeling of inadequacy for long, because comparison always moves the goalpost. The Stoics warned deeply against comparing your inner life to external appearances. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that every human being walks through unseen struggles, different timelines, different burdens, and different forms of suffering. Comparison blinds people to this truth. You may compare your healing to someone who never carried your childhood wounds. You may compare your peace to someone who never survived your emotional battles. You may compare your timeline to people who never had to spend years simply learning how to feel safe inside themselves. That perspective changes everything, because many emotionally wounded people are not actually behind. They were surviving. And survival often delays things. A child carrying anxiety, emotional neglect, instability, shame, fear, or loneliness spends enormous energy simply trying to stay emotionally functional. That invisible emotional labor affects development more deeply than people realize. Some people spent years just trying to make it through the day emotionally. That matters. Healing begins when you stop treating your life like a race against everyone else's timeline. When you stop measuring your worth through comparison. When you recognize how much you survived quietly. When you understand that emotional healing itself is profound progress. You are not late because your journey looks different. You are not failing because your healing took longer. You are not less valuable because your life unfolded differently than someone else's. And perhaps the younger version of you spent years feeling not enough because comparison taught them their value depended on outperforming others. But your worth was never supposed to be built through competition. You were never meant to become valuable only after proving you were ahead of someone else. Real healing begins the moment you stop asking, "Why am I behind everyone?" and start asking, "What kind of compassion did I need while carrying all this emotional weight alone?" Because perhaps you were never behind at all. Perhaps you were simply carrying burdens nobody else could see. And after spending years chasing success to escape feelings of inadequacy, many people eventually arrive at a moment they never expected. They finally achieve the thing they once believed would heal them, and they still feel empty inside. The career succeeds, the money arrives, the goals are accomplished, the recognition appears, the praise finally comes. But underneath all of it, something still feels unfinished. And this realization can feel deeply confusing, because for years the person believed, when I finally succeed, I'll feel whole. When I achieve enough, the emptiness will disappear. When people finally admire me, I'll feel worthy. But emotional wounds do not automatically disappear when external success appears. This is one of the quiet heartbreaks many high-achieving adults carry privately. From the outside, their life may look impressive. People admire them, respect them, envy them even, but privately they still feel disconnected from peace. Because success can change circumstances, while emotional healing changes the nervous system. Those are not the same thing. Many children who grow up emotionally unseen, criticized, neglected, or emotionally unsafe begin unconsciously using achievement as emotional compensation. Success becomes a way to finally feel valuable. Accomplishment becomes proof of worthiness. Productivity becomes identity. And for a while, it works temporarily. Achievement creates moments of relief. Validation creates moments of emotional reassurance. Recognition quiets insecurity for short periods, but eventually the emptiness quietly returns. Because no external accomplishment can fully heal an inner wound created by emotional deprivation. Some adults spend their entire lives climbing toward goals while secretly carrying the same lonely child inside them the whole time. A child still longing to feel loved without conditions, seen without performance, accepted without proving. That is why some people feel strangely numb after reaching goals they once obsessed over. The nervous system expected transformation, but the deeper emotional pain remained untouched. This creates adults who constantly move the goalpost emotionally. Once they achieve one thing, another achievement immediately becomes necessary. Rest feels uncomfortable, satisfaction feels temporary, peace feels unreachable, because the nervous system still believes worth must be earned continuously, and underneath all that striving is often grief. Grief for the years spent trying to heal emotional pain through accomplishment instead of emotional connection. Some people become so focused on external success that they lose touch with their inner world completely. They know how to perform, produce, achieve, and function, but they struggle to feel emotionally alive. Because emotional healing requires things success alone cannot provide: safety, self-compassion, emotional honesty, connection, rest, inner acceptance. Psychologists often explain that external achievement cannot fully repair attachment wounds or deep emotional insecurity because those wounds were never created by lack of accomplishment in the first place. They were created through emotional experiences that shaped identity, nervous system regulation, and self-worth during childhood. This is why a person can be deeply successful publicly, while privately feeling emotionally empty. The younger version of them was never truly asking for trophies. They were asking, am I lovable without proving myself? Am I enough even when I'm not performing? Will someone still stay when I'm imperfect? Success cannot answer those questions permanently. Only healing can. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that status, praise, wealth, and recognition are unstable external things. Building inner peace entirely around them creates endless dissatisfaction because external success can never fully stabilize an unhealed inner world. Real peace comes from inner alignment, from emotional honesty, from understanding yourself beyond achievement. But many wounded people avoid this realization for years because slowing down means finally confronting the emptiness underneath the performance. And that emptiness can feel terrifying at first, because without constant achievement, who are you? That question often uncovers enormous emotional grief. Grief for the child who believed they had to become exceptional to deserve love. Grief for the years spent chasing worth externally. Grief for the exhaustion hidden underneath endless striving. But healing begins when you stop expecting success to perform emotional miracles. It was never designed to perform. Success can improve your life. It can create opportunities, freedom, comfort, growth. But emotional healing is different. Healing is learning how to sit with yourself without constant self-rejection. Healing is allowing yourself rest without guilt. Healing is believing you remain valuable even when you are not producing something impressive. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is finally realizing this. You do not have to spend your entire life earning permission to feel enough. The child inside you deserved love before achievement ever entered the picture. They deserved warmth before success, safety before productivity, acceptance before performance. And maybe now, after years of chasing external validation, hoping it would finally fill the emptiness, you are beginning to understand something quietly life-changing. The peace you were searching for was never waiting at the finish line. It was waiting in the parts of yourself you abandoned while trying to reach it. And after spending years chasing success, avoiding rejection, suppressing emotions, and surviving emotional unpredictability, many people eventually notice something else that never seems to stop. Their mind is always running, always thinking, always preparing, always replaying conversations, always imagining future problems, always analyzing every possibility before anything even happens. And no matter how exhausted they become, the mind keeps going. For some people, overthinking feels almost automatic. They cannot relax during uncertainty. They mentally rehearse conversations before they happen. They predict worst-case scenarios constantly. Even small decisions become emotionally overwhelming because the mind keeps searching for hidden danger everywhere. And what many people do not realize is that this habit often began during childhood. Some children grow up in emotionally unpredictable environments where staying mentally alert becomes necessary for survival. They learn quickly that emotional danger can appear suddenly. A parent's mood changes unexpectedly. Conflict erupts without warning. Criticism appears randomly. Emotional safety feels unstable. So the child's brain adapts the best way it can. It starts preparing constantly. What mood are they in today? What should I say? What should I avoid? How do I prevent conflict? What happens if I make a mistake? And slowly, thinking becomes protection. The child learns that mental preparation reduces emotional danger. Over-analyzing becomes a way to stay safe. The brain begins scanning for possible threats constantly because unpredictability once carried emotional pain. That is how chronic overthinking is often born, not from weakness, from survival. Many adults carrying this wound believe they are simply naturally anxious, but their nervous system may have spent years learning that being emotionally unprepared felt dangerous. So now, even when life becomes safer, the mind still behaves as though constant preparation is necessary. This creates adults who struggle turning their thoughts off. The mind keeps searching for hidden problems. The nervous system stays emotionally alert. Every possibility gets analyzed repeatedly, and underneath all that thinking is usually fear. Fear of being caught off guard emotionally again. Some people overthink because they are trying to prevent rejection. Some overthink because they fear conflict. Some overthink because they learned mistakes carried emotional consequences. Some overthink because unpredictability once hurt them deeply. And over time, the brain becomes addicted to mental preparation. The person starts believing, if I think enough, maybe I can avoid pain. But eventually, overthinking becomes its own form of suffering. Because the mind never fully rests, even peaceful moments become mentally crowded. Relaxation becomes difficult. Sleep becomes interrupted. Simple situations become emotionally exhausting. And sadly, overthinkers often blame themselves constantly for this pattern. They call themselves weak, dramatic, obsessive, or broken without realizing their nervous system learned hyper-analysis as emotional self-protection long ago. Psychologists explain that chronic overthinking is closely connected to hypervigilance and anxiety conditioning. When children grow up needing to anticipate emotional reactions, danger, criticism, or instability, the brain strengthens pathways related to prediction and threat detection. The nervous system becomes trained to stay mentally prepared all the time. This is why many overthinkers struggle trusting calmness. Even during peaceful moments, the mind keeps preparing for problems because peace once felt temporary. And perhaps the saddest part is that overthinking often creates the illusion of control while quietly draining emotional energy at the same time. The person thinks constantly, but rarely feels safe. Because no amount of thinking can fully eliminate uncertainty from life. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself not to suffer twice, once in reality and once in imagination. He understood how easily the human mind creates emotional suffering through endless anticipation of future pain. But wounded nervous systems do not overthink because they enjoy suffering. They overthink because part of them still believes preparation equals protection. Healing begins when you slowly recognize that your mind was never trying to destroy you. It was trying to protect you. A younger version of you learned that staying mentally alert reduced emotional danger. That child became skilled at analyzing people, situations, moods, and outcomes, because unpredictability once felt emotionally unsafe. That survival strategy deserves compassion. But now, perhaps your nervous system is exhausted from carrying that level of alertness every day. Because overthinking may protect you from some uncertainty, but it also steals peace from the present moment. And perhaps for the first time, you are beginning to realize something important. Not every thought deserves obedience. You do not need to mentally rehearse every possible disaster to deserve safety. You do not need to solve every future problem before it arrives. You do not need to stay emotionally hyper-alert every second just to survive. The adult you are becoming can slowly teach your nervous system something new. That uncertainty is uncomfortable, but survivable. That mistakes do not automatically destroy love. That conflict does not always lead to emotional danger. That your mind is allowed to rest sometimes. And maybe one of the deepest forms of healing is finally learning how to sit quietly without preparing for emotional pain every moment. To breathe without analyzing. To exist without rehearsing, to trust yourself without constantly scanning for danger. Because the child inside you once needed overthinking to survive emotionally unpredictable environments. But the healing version of you is finally allowed to discover what life feels like when the mind no longer has to stay at war all the time. And after spending years overthinking every possibility, many people eventually arrive at something they once believed would finally calm them: peace. The conflict ends, the environment becomes stable, the relationship becomes healthy, life finally slows down. But instead of feeling safe, they feel anxious, restless, uneasy, emotionally unsettled. And this confuses them deeply, because for so long, they thought peace was the thing they wanted most. Yet when calmness finally arrives, part of their nervous system starts panicking quietly. Not because they enjoy suffering, because their body no longer knows how to exist without tension. Some children grow up inside emotional environments where stress becomes constant. Chaos, unpredictability, criticism, emotional instability, conflict, hypervigilance, fear, walking on eggshells. These things shape the nervous system over time. The child adapts by staying emotionally prepared constantly. Alertness becomes survival. Tension becomes normal. Stress becomes familiar. And after enough years, the nervous system stops recognizing peace as safe. Instead, calmness begins feeling suspicious. The body quietly asks, "Why is everything so quiet? What's about to go wrong? This peace cannot last." That reaction is more common than people realize. Some adults become deeply uncomfortable during emotionally healthy seasons of life because the nervous system keeps expecting disruption. They may unconsciously create problems, overthink small issues, start arguments, overwork, or emotionally withdraw, not because they truly want chaos, but because chaos feels familiar, and familiarity creates false emotional safety. Many wounded nervous systems become chemically accustomed to stress hormones after years of emotional survival. The body learns how to function inside tension. Hypervigilance becomes normal. Emotional activation becomes the body's default state. So when peace finally arrives, the nervous system almost feels lost. Stillness feels unnatural. Calmness feels emotionally exposed. Safety feels temporary. This creates adults who secretly struggle relaxing inside healthy relationships. They wait for the other person to change suddenly. They expect abandonment. They overanalyze calm moments looking for hidden danger. Some even feel emotionally numb during peaceful seasons because their nervous system became addicted to emotional intensity. Stress feels stimulating. Chaos feels alive. Calmness feels emotionally empty at first. And this is one of the hardest parts of healing. The body often resists the very peace the soul desperately needs. Not because healing is wrong, because the nervous system is detoxing from survival mode. Psychologists explain that chronic childhood stress changes nervous system regulation deeply. Long-term exposure to emotional unpredictability conditions the body to remain in heightened states of alertness. Over time, the brain begins expecting stress automatically, even after the environment becomes safer. The body learns tension like a language, and later in life, peace can feel emotionally foreign. This is why some people sabotage stability unconsciously. A healthy relationship feels boring. A calm environment feels strange. Emotional consistency creates discomfort instead of relief. The nervous system keeps waiting for the familiar storm. And sadly, many people judge themselves harshly for this reaction. They wonder, why can't I just enjoy peace? Why do I create stress? Why do I feel anxious when everything is finally okay? But your nervous system is not broken. It adapted. A younger version of you spent years learning how to survive emotionally unpredictable environments. Your body became highly skilled at tension because tension once helped protect you from emotional harm. That survival response deserves understanding. But now, perhaps your nervous system no longer knows how to stop bracing itself. The Stoics understood that the mind becomes shaped by repeated emotional states. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced returning himself to inner steadiness because he knew external chaos easily trains the nervous system toward reactivity and fear. But healing requires repetition too. Repeated safety, repeated calmness, repeated emotional consistency. At first, peace may feel uncomfortable. Stillness may create anxiety. Rest may feel emotionally unfamiliar. But unfamiliar does not mean dangerous. That is what your nervous system is slowly learning now. You do not always need to prepare for emotional disaster. You do not always need tension to stay safe. You do not always need chaos to feel alive. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is finally allowing yourself to stay inside peaceful moments without immediately expecting them to collapse. To sit in calmness without searching for hidden danger. To experience emotional safety without distrusting it automatically. To let your body soften without guilt. Because the child inside you once learned that tension meant survival. But the healing version of you is finally discovering something completely different. Peace is not the absence of life. Peace is what your nervous system has been trying to find all along. And after spending years convincing themselves they could handle everything alone, many people eventually discover something painful hiding underneath that independence. Shame, not pride, not strength. Shame about needing help at all. Some adults would rather suffer silently than let someone see them struggling. They carry emotional pain privately for years. They hide exhaustion. They minimize suffering. Even when they are overwhelmed, part of them keeps saying, "I'll figure it out myself. I don't want to bother anyone. I should be able to handle this." And what makes this so heartbreaking is that many of these people desperately need support. But needing support feels emotionally dangerous because somewhere during childhood, dependence became connected to disappointment, rejection, criticism, or emotional neglect. Some children asked for comfort and received dismissal. Some asked for help and were ignored. Some expressed vulnerability and were shamed. Some learned very early that nobody was truly coming emotionally, and eventually the child stops reaching outward, not because they no longer need care, because needing care became painful. That is how independence slowly transforms into emotional isolation. At first, hyper-independence feels protective. The child learns how to survive alone emotionally. They stop expecting support. They become self-reliant too early. People often praise them for being strong or mature. But underneath that independence is often grief. Grief for the support they needed, but never safely received. And over time, the nervous system begins associating vulnerability with danger. Asking for help feels humiliating. Receiving support feels uncomfortable. Emotional dependence feels unsafe. This creates adults who become emotionally trapped inside themselves. They carry everything privately. They rarely admit when they are struggling. They disappear during hard times instead of reaching for connection. And sadly, many people carrying this wound secretly believe their pain is less important than everyone else's. They learned early that their emotions were burdensome, inconvenient, or too much. So now, even during emotional collapse, they keep minimizing their own needs. This creates profound loneliness, because human beings are not designed to survive emotionally in complete isolation. Some hyper-independent adults become the person everyone relies on, while secretly having nobody. They fully lean on themselves. They support others constantly, but feel deeply uncomfortable receiving care in return. Part of them keeps believing, if I need people too much, I'll get hurt. If I rely on someone, they'll disappoint me. If I become vulnerable, I'll lose control. So they keep carrying impossible emotional weight alone. And eventually, exhaustion settles into every part of life. The nervous system stays overloaded. The body stays tense. The mind becomes emotionally tired, not because the person is weak, but because nobody can endlessly self-carry without emotional cost. Psychologists explain that children who experience emotional neglect, inconsistency, abandonment, or criticism often develop defensive self-reliance as protection. The child unconsciously decides, I can only depend on myself. This belief creates temporary emotional safety during childhood, but later becomes emotional isolation during adulthood. The person may look capable externally, while privately feeling deeply disconnected inside. And perhaps the saddest part is that many people carrying this wound feel ashamed of their loneliness too. They judge themselves for needing connection while simultaneously fearing it. That internal conflict becomes exhausting. The Stoics valued inner strength, but true Stoic wisdom never meant emotional isolation. Marcus Aurelius himself leaned on teachers, friendships, mentors, and trusted relationships throughout his life. Human beings were never meant to carry existence entirely alone. But wounded nervous systems often confuse isolation with safety. And healing begins when you slowly recognize something important. Needing support does not make you weak. It makes you human. A younger version of you learned to survive without reliable emotional safety. That child became highly self-reliant because they had to adapt somehow. That survival strategy deserves compassion. But now, perhaps it is also keeping you emotionally trapped. Because the walls that once protected you from disappointment may now be blocking connection too. Healing does not mean becoming dependent on everyone. It means slowly allowing yourself to believe safe support can exist, that some people can stay. That vulnerability does not always end in shame, that asking for help does not make you burdensome. At first, this may feel deeply uncomfortable, Your nervous system may resist immediately. Guilt may appear, fear may rise, but discomfort does not always mean danger. Sometimes discomfort simply means you are learning something your childhood never taught you, that you deserve support too. You are allowed to say, "I'm struggling. I need help. I cannot carry this alone anymore." You are allowed to lean sometimes. You are allowed to rest sometimes. You are allowed to be emotionally held instead of always being the one holding everyone else. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is finally realizing this. The child inside you became independent to survive emotionally, but they were never supposed to spend an entire lifetime surviving alone. And after spending years surviving emotional neglect, many people eventually develop something that confuses even them. They become deeply sensitive to other people's emotions. They notice small changes in tone. They sense tension quickly. They read emotional energy carefully. They understand pain other people cannot easily explain. And while this emotional awareness can become beautiful later in life, many people do not realize where it first began. It began in survival. Some emotionally neglected children became emotionally intelligent because they had to study people carefully in order to feel safe. When emotional support was inconsistent, unavailable, or unpredictable, the child learned how to monitor emotional environments constantly. They paid attention to moods, facial expressions, silences, emotional shifts, unspoken tension, because understanding other people emotionally became necessary for survival. A child living in emotional uncertainty often becomes highly observant. They learn how to sense danger before words are spoken. They notice when someone is upset before anyone else does. They become emotionally aware, not because life felt safe, but because emotional awareness helped them navigate unsafe environments. That is why many emotionally neglected adults become deeply empathetic people later in life. They know what loneliness feels like. They know what emotional invisibility feels like. They know what it feels like to carry pain quietly while nobody notices. And because they know that pain personally, they often become incredibly compassionate toward others. Some become excellent listeners. Some become healers, helpers, counselors, artists, caretakers, or emotionally supportive friends. Some develop remarkable emotional intuition because their nervous system spent years learning how to read emotional environments carefully. But underneath that empathy is often sadness too, because many emotionally intelligent adults learned how to understand everyone else emotionally, while remaining disconnected from themselves. That is one of the hidden costs of survival-based empathy. The child became highly skilled at reading others because focusing on others felt safer than focusing on their own emotional needs. Some emotionally neglected children learned to prioritize everyone else's emotions before their own. They became emotional caretakers too early. They noticed pain everywhere because nobody noticed theirs. And over time, empathy became identity. But this can become exhausting later in life. Many emotionally intelligent adults secretly struggle with emotional burnout because they absorb too much from the people around them. They overextend emotionally. They carry other people's pain deeply. They become responsible for everyone's emotional comfort while neglecting their own inner world. Some even feel guilty setting boundaries because empathy became tied to worthiness. And sadly, many people praise them for this emotional labor without realizing how exhausting it can become internally. Psychologists explain that children exposed to emotional neglect often develop heightened emotional awareness because their nervous system adapts through observation and sensitivity. Emotional attunement becomes survival-based. The child becomes highly responsive to emotional cues because unpredictability once carried emotional consequences. This can create adults who are deeply emotionally perceptive. But emotional intelligence developed through pain, often carries hidden hypervigilance too. Some people constantly monitor emotional atmospheres even when it exhausts them. Some struggle separating their emotions from everyone else's emotions. Some feel responsible for fixing emotional discomfort wherever they go. And beneath all that awareness is often a younger version of themselves who once longed desperately for someone to notice their emotional world too. That is what makes this wound so complex. Their empathy became both a gift and a survival strategy. The Stoics believed understanding human emotion creates wisdom and compassion, but they also warned against losing yourself entirely inside external emotional turbulence. Marcus Aurelius practiced empathy while still protecting his inner steadiness. That balance matters deeply for emotionally intelligent people, because compassion should not require self-destruction. You are allowed to care deeply without carrying everyone. You are allowed to notice pain without absorbing all of it into your nervous system. You are allowed to support others while still protecting your own emotional peace. And perhaps one of the most healing things emotionally intelligent adults can learn is this: your sensitivity was never weakness. It was adaptation. A younger version of you became emotionally observant because emotional survival required awareness. That child learned how to read people carefully because emotional unpredictability once felt dangerous. That awareness protected you. But now, perhaps your healing asks for something different. Not abandoning your empathy, but finally turning some of that empathy toward yourself too. Listening to your own exhaustion, honoring your own emotions, recognizing your own pain instead of only noticing everyone else's. Because the child inside you spent years becoming emotionally available to the world, while quietly wishing someone would become emotionally available to them too. And maybe now, after carrying everyone else's emotions so carefully for so long, you are finally beginning to understand this. You deserve the same gentleness, understanding, patience and emotional care that you so naturally give to others. And after spending years giving love, attention, support, and emotional energy to everyone else, many people quietly carry one heartbreaking feeling underneath it all. They never truly felt chosen. Not fully, not consistently, not in the deep emotional way that makes a child feel secure, wanted, and important. Some children grow up feeling emotionally second place their entire lives. Someone else always seemed more important, more lovable, more noticed, more valued. A parent may have favored another sibling emotionally. Caregivers may have been distracted, emotionally unavailable, overwhelmed, or inconsistent. Some children constantly competed for attention, but rarely felt fully seen. Others experienced rejection directly through abandonment, exclusion, criticism, or emotional neglect. And over time, the child quietly absorbs a painful belief. I am not the person people truly choose. That belief shapes adulthood more deeply than most people realize. Some adults constantly fear replacement in relationships. They overthink signs of emotional distance. They feel devastated when not prioritized. They become deeply sensitive to rejection because part of them still carries the old wound of not feeling emotionally selected, valued, or kept. And beneath all of it is usually grief. Grief for the moments they needed reassurance and never fully received it. Some people spend their entire lives trying to become good enough to finally be chosen first by someone. They overgive, overperform, overlove. They become emotionally available to everyone while secretly hoping someone will finally choose them with the same certainty they offer others. But because childhood rejection wounded their self-worth early, many struggle believing they are naturally worthy of being prioritized at all. This creates painful patterns in adult relationships. Some tolerate emotional neglect because they fear asking for more will make people leave. Some become emotionally attached to unavailable people because the emotional uncertainty feels familiar. Others constantly seek reassurance because part of their nervous system keeps expecting abandonment. And no matter how much love they receive, the fear quietly remains. What if I'm still not enough to stay chosen? That fear creates enormous emotional exhaustion. The nervous system becomes hyper-aware of comparison. Attention shifts feel threatening. Being overlooked feels deeply personal, because the adult is not only reacting to the present moment, they are reacting to years of emotional exclusion living underneath it. Some children learned early that attention had to be earned through achievement, obedience, usefulness, or perfection. Others felt emotionally invisible no matter how hard they tried. And eventually, the child begins measuring their worth through whether people prioritize them or not. This creates adults who often attach their self-esteem entirely to external validation. If someone chooses them, they feel valuable. If someone pulls away, they feel unworthy. That emotional instability becomes exhausting because human relationships naturally shift sometimes, but wounded self-worth interprets every distance as proof of inadequacy. Psychologists explain that repeated childhood rejection or emotional deprioritization deeply affects attachment, self-esteem, and nervous system regulation. Children build identity partly through feeling emotionally wanted and emotionally important to caregivers. When that emotional security feels unstable, the child often internalizes painful beliefs like, "I'm not lovable enough. I'm easy to leave. I have to earn importance. Someone else will always matter more." Those beliefs quietly follow them into adulthood. The Stoics believed true worth cannot fully depend on external approval because external attention constantly changes. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly that peace comes from inner steadiness, not from endlessly chasing validation outside yourself. But wounded children do not naturally know this. A child naturally longs to feel chosen, to feel important enough for someone to stay emotionally present consistently, to feel wanted without competition, to feel emotionally safe inside love. There is nothing weak about that longing. It is deeply human, and perhaps the younger version of you spent years watching other people receive the emotional attention, softness, or prioritization you quietly wished for too. Maybe part of you learned to stop expecting it altogether because disappointment hurt too much. That child deserved reassurance. That child deserved emotional consistency. That child deserved to feel important without having to fight for it constantly. Healing begins when you stop measuring your entire worth through whether other people choose you perfectly every moment. Because your value does not disappear when someone fails to recognize it fully. You are allowed to stop competing for love. You are allowed to stop proving your worth endlessly. You are allowed to believe you deserve healthy connection without becoming emotionally perfect first. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is finally understanding this. Being overlooked in childhood did not mean you were unworthy of love. It meant the people around you could not fully give the emotional presence you needed. That is not the same thing. And maybe now, after years of quietly carrying the pain of never feeling chosen first, you are finally beginning to realize something your inner child desperately needed to hear long ago. You were always worthy of being deeply loved, prioritized, and emotionally kept, even during the moments nobody knew how to show you that properly. And after spending years feeling overlooked, emotionally unseen, or never fully chosen, many people quietly develop another exhausting survival pattern. They become addicted to proving themselves, proving their worth, proving their intelligence, proving their value, proving their success, proving they deserve love, respect, attention, and belonging. And from the outside, this often looks admirable. They work hard, achieve constantly, push themselves endlessly, set impossibly high standards, rarely stop moving. People praise their discipline, their ambition, their perfectionism. But underneath that drive is often deep emotional hunger. Because many perfectionists are not truly chasing excellence, they are chasing emotional safety. Some children grow up feeling like love, approval, or attention only arrived when they performed well. Good grades brought praise, success created warmth, achievement earned visibility, mistakes created criticism, disappointment, rejection, or emotional distance. And slowly, the child begins connecting worthiness with performance. If I succeed enough, maybe I'll finally feel enough. If I become impressive enough, maybe I'll finally feel secure. If I stop failing, maybe people will finally fully love me. That belief quietly shapes adulthood. Some adults become trapped inside endless self-improvement because they secretly fear who they are without achievement. Rest feels uncomfortable, mistakes feel catastrophic, falling behind feels emotionally threatening, because deep inside, part of them still believes their value depends on what they can prove. This creates people who never fully relax. Even after success, the pressure continues. Even after praise, insecurity remains. Even after accomplishments, the nervous system still whispers, "Not enough yet." And that emotional hunger becomes exhausting. Many people addicted to proving themselves secretly struggle feeling lovable without performance attached. They become emotionally dependent on achievement because achievement temporarily quiets insecurity. But only temporarily. The relief never lasts long. Another goal appears. Another comparison begins. Another standard rises. Because perfectionism is often rooted in fear, not peace. Fear of rejection, fear of failure, fear of becoming invisible again, fear of disappointing others, fear of finally being exposed as not enough. And sadly, society often rewards this emotional suffering. People admire overachievers constantly without realizing how much shame may be driving the performance underneath. Some perfectionists become highly successful publicly, while privately feeling emotionally exhausted and deeply empty, because no amount of achievement can permanently heal wounds created by conditional love, emotional criticism, neglect, or rejection during childhood. The younger self inside still keeps asking, "Am I valuable?" without constantly proving it. That question quietly drives entire lives. Psychologists explain that perfectionism often develops as a coping strategy in childhood environments where approval felt conditional or emotional safety felt unstable. Children begin believing mistakes threaten love, belonging, or acceptance. Over time, the nervous system becomes hyper-focused on performance as protection. This creates adults who become extremely hard on themselves internally. Nothing feels good enough. Success feels temporary. Failure feels deeply personal. Some even struggle celebrating accomplishments because their nervous system immediately shifts focus toward the next thing they must prove. And underneath all of this pressure is often grief. Grief for the child who believed they had to earn basic worthiness through perfection. The Stoics warned against attaching identity completely to external success or public approval. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that praise, recognition, and achievement are unstable things. If self-worth depends entirely on them, inner peace becomes impossible, because there will always be another mountain to climb. But healing begins when you slowly realize something life-changing. Your worth was never supposed to depend on constant performance. You were never meant to spend your entire life auditioning for acceptance. A younger version of you learned to survive through achievement because achievement created moments of emotional safety. That child deserves compassion. They adapted the best way they could inside environments where performance felt emotionally important. But now, perhaps your nervous system is exhausted from carrying endless pressure, exhausted from never feeling finished, exhausted from constantly measuring yourself, exhausted from trying to earn love through perfection. And maybe for the first time, you are beginning to understand this. You do not need to become flawless before you deserve peace. You are allowed to rest without proving productivity first. You are allowed to exist imperfectly without losing value. You are allowed to stop turning your entire life into a test you must constantly pass. Because real healing begins when achievement stops being the only place you search for worth. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of freedom is finally learning how to sit quietly with yourself, without needing to earn your own acceptance first. Because the child inside you was never truly asking to become perfect. They were asking to feel loved even when they were not. And after spending years trying to prove yourself, fix yourself, hide yourself, improve yourself, or earn the right to feel worthy, there comes a moment in healing that changes everything quietly but completely. A moment where you finally stop asking, "What's wrong with me?" and begin realizing, "I was a child trying to survive." That realization carries enormous power because many emotionally wounded adults spend their entire lives confusing the way they were treated with who they actually are. If they were ignored, they believe they are unimportant. If they were criticized, they believe they are flawed. If they were rejected, they believe they are unlovable. If they were emotionally neglected, they believe their feelings do not matter. The child absorbs treatment as identity, and this happens naturally because children do not yet understand emotional limitations in adults. A child cannot look at neglect and say, "My caregivers are emotionally unavailable." Instead, the child often concludes, "There must be something wrong with me." That belief becomes deeply rooted. Some adults still carry shame from emotional experiences that were never truly their fault. They judge themselves for being too emotional, too sensitive, too difficult, or too needy, without realizing those labels often came from environments that could not properly hold their humanity safely. And over time, the nervous system begins treating childhood treatment like proof of personal defectiveness. This creates people who constantly try to fix themselves emotionally, even when the original wound was never that they were broken. It was that they were wounded. There is a huge difference. Some children grew up around adults who projected stress, pain, emotional immaturity, unresolved trauma, addiction, criticism, instability, or emotional neglect onto them. And because children naturally personalize what happens around them, they quietly carried responsibility for things they never caused. A parent's emotional absence becomes, "I'm not lovable enough." A caregiver's anger becomes, "I ruin everything." Neglect becomes, "I do not matter." And those beliefs quietly shape adulthood for years. Some adults become deeply ashamed of their emotions because emotions were treated like inconveniences during childhood. Others become perfectionists, trying to finally earn worthiness. Some remain trapped in people-pleasing because rejection once felt emotionally dangerous. And underneath all these patterns is often the same heartbreaking misunderstanding. They think the way they were treated defines who they are. But childhood treatment is not identity, it is experience. That realization becomes one of the most healing truths a person can discover, because suddenly the nervous system begins separating shame from selfhood. You begin understanding, maybe you were anxious because life felt unpredictable. Maybe you became hyper-independent because support felt unsafe. Maybe you feared rejection because connection once disappeared painfully. Maybe you suppressed emotions because vulnerability once led to humiliation. Those were survival responses, not evidence that you were fundamentally flawed. Psychologists explain that children naturally internalize emotional experiences personally because the developing brain depends heavily on caregivers for understanding identity and safety. Without emotional guidance, children often turn painful treatment inward and develop shame-based beliefs about themselves. But healing begins when those beliefs are questioned. Not with denial, not with blame, with truth. The truth that children deserve emotional safety, patience, guidance, compassion, consistency. And when those things are missing, the child adapts the best way they can. The Stoics believed suffering becomes heavier when people confuse external events with their inner nature. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the actions of others reveal their character, not your worth. That wisdom matters deeply here, because perhaps the people who hurt, ignored, criticized, rejected, or emotionally neglected you were acting from their own wounds, limitations, fears, or emotional immaturity. That does not erase the pain, but it changes the meaning. You were not difficult to love because someone failed to love you properly. You were not born carrying shame. You learned shame. You learned fear. You learned emotional survival. And perhaps for the first time, you are beginning to see your younger self differently now. Not as the problem, but as a child carrying emotional weight far too heavy for small shoulders. A child trying desperately to adapt, to survive, to feel safe, to feel wanted, to feel enough. That child deserved understanding instead of blame. And maybe one of the rarest forms of healing is finally looking back at yourself with compassion instead of criticism. Not asking, why was I so emotional? Why was I so anxious? Why was I not enough? But instead asking, what pain was that child trying to survive? That question softens something deep inside the nervous system, because self-compassion begins the moment you stop identifying entirely with the wounds created by your childhood experiences. You are not the neglect. You are not the rejection. You are not the criticism. You are not the abandonment. Those things happened to you. They are not the full truth of who you are. And perhaps after years of carrying shame that never truly belonged to you, you are finally beginning to understand something life-changing. You were a child adapting to pain, not a problem that needed to be fixed. And after spending years separating themselves from pain just to survive emotionally, many people eventually reach adulthood carrying a strange and painful confusion inside themselves. They no longer know what they truly feel. Someone asks, "How are you really doing?" And their mind goes blank. Not because they have no emotions, because they spent so many years disconnecting from those emotions that the connection became weak, distant, unfamiliar. Some adults can easily identify other people's emotions, but struggle deeply with their own. They know when someone else is anxious, hurt, angry, or overwhelmed immediately. But when it comes to themselves, everything feels foggy, numb, unclear, difficult to explain. And what many people do not realize is that this emotional disconnection often began during childhood. Some children grow up in environments where emotional expression feels unsafe, inconvenient, ignored, or punished. Big feelings create tension. Vulnerability receives criticism. Sadness gets dismissed. Fear gets mocked. Anger becomes dangerous. So the child adapts the only way they know how. They disconnect, not consciously. Survival teaches the nervous system. Do not feel too much. Do not express too much. Do not draw attention to your emotions. And over time, emotional suppression becomes automatic. The child stops checking in with their feelings because their feelings rarely felt welcome anyway. Instead of processing emotions, they learn how to push through them, ignore them, hide them, numb them, and eventually the nervous system becomes emotionally disconnected as protection. That disconnection follows them into adulthood quietly. Some adults struggle answering simple emotional questions because nobody ever taught them how to safely understand their inner world. Others intellectualize emotions instead of actually feeling them. Some stay constantly busy because slowing down would force emotional awareness they no longer know how to handle comfortably. And underneath all of this is often grief. Grief for the emotional connection to themselves they lost while trying to survive. Many emotionally disconnected adults function well externally. They work, help others, achieve goals, stay responsible. But internally, they feel strangely distant from themselves. Some describe it as emptiness. Others describe it as numbness. Others simply say, "I don't know what I feel anymore." And that confusion can feel frightening. Because emotions are not only feelings, they are information, signals, needs, truths. When a person loses connection to their emotional world, they often lose connection to themselves too. This creates adults who struggle making decisions because they cannot fully access what they truly want. They prioritize others automatically. They suppress discomfort until burnout appears. They ignore emotional exhaustion until the body finally forces attention through anxiety, panic, numbness, or collapse. Because suppressed emotions do not disappear. They wait, often quietly inside the nervous system. Psychologists explain that chronic emotional suppression during childhood can weaken emotional awareness and emotional regulation over time. Children who repeatedly disconnect from feelings to survive emotionally difficult environments may later struggle identifying emotions clearly, a pattern sometimes connected to alexithymia or emotional numbness. This is not weakness, it is adaptation. A younger version of you may have learned that emotional awareness created pain, so your nervous system protected you through disconnection instead. That protection helped you survive emotionally once, but now perhaps it also leaves you feeling disconnected from your own life. The Stoics believed emotional awareness mattered deeply. True Stoicism was never emotional numbness. Marcus Aurelius constantly observed his inner world carefully because wisdom begins with self-awareness, not emotional denial. But wounded nervous systems often confuse suppression with strength. Those are not the same thing. Suppressing emotions may reduce pain temporarily, but it also disconnects you from joy, connection, clarity, and aliveness over time. Healing begins very gently here, not by forcing emotions, not by judging numbness, but by slowly rebuilding safety inside your own emotional world. Learning to pause and ask, what am I actually feeling right now? Even if the answer feels unclear at first, because emotional reconnection takes time. A nervous system that spent years surviving through disconnection cannot suddenly become emotionally open overnight. Safety must be rebuilt slowly through compassion, patience, stillness, and self-awareness. And perhaps the younger version of you spent years pushing emotions down because nobody around them knew how to hold those emotions safely. That child deserved emotional guidance. They deserved reassurance. They deserved adults willing to help them understand feelings instead of fear them. You were never weak for feeling deeply. You were simply taught to disconnect from yourself in order to survive environments that could not fully hold your emotions safely. And maybe now, after years of feeling emotionally distant from your own inner world, you are finally beginning to understand something important. Your emotions are not your enemies. They are the parts of you that never stopped trying to speak, even while you were surviving by staying silent. And after spending years disconnected from their emotions, many people eventually realize something painful about the voice living inside their own mind. It is cruel, not motivating, not gentle, not understanding, cruel. Some adults speak to themselves in ways they would never speak to another human being. One small mistake happens, and immediately the inner voice attacks. You're embarrassing. You ruin everything. You should be better than this. You're never enough. What's wrong with you? And because this voice has existed for so long, many people assume it is simply their personality. But often it is learned. Some children grow up in environments where criticism becomes constant background noise. Mistakes are magnified. Weakness gets mocked. Emotions are dismissed. Achievements are never fully enough. Praise feels rare, while criticism feels endless. And over time, the child begins internalizing those voices. At first, the criticism comes from outside. Then slowly, it moves inward. The child learns how to criticize themselves before anyone else can do it first. They become hyper-aware of flaws. They monitor themselves constantly. They develop perfectionism, anxiety, self-doubt, and emotional insecurity, because criticism trained the nervous system to expect judgment everywhere. That is how harsh inner self-talk is born. Not from self-awareness, from survival. Some children grow up feeling like love depends on performance. If they succeed, they receive approval. If they fail, they receive criticism, disappointment, shame, or emotional withdrawal. And because children naturally want connection and safety, they begin treating self-criticism like emotional protection. If I criticize myself first, maybe rejection will hurt less. If I become perfect enough, maybe I'll finally feel safe. But over time, that inner voice becomes relentless. Even success cannot quiet it fully. Even achievement feels temporary. Even rest becomes guilt-filled. Because the nervous system no longer knows how to relate to itself through compassion, only pressure. This creates adults who constantly feel emotionally exhausted inside their own mind. They overanalyze every mistake. They replay conversations for hours. They hold themselves to impossible standards while secretly feeling inadequate most of the time. And sadly, many people carrying this wound believe harsh self-criticism makes them stronger. But constant inner cruelty does not create peace. It creates fear. Psychologists explain that children exposed to chronic criticism often internalize those emotional environments deeply. The developing brain absorbs repeated messages about worth, failure, shame, and identity. Over time, external criticism becomes an internalized inner critic that continues attacking long after childhood ends. This is why some adults feel emotionally unsafe even when nobody around them is criticizing them anymore. The criticism continues internally. And perhaps the saddest part is that many emotionally wounded people genuinely believe they deserve this inner harshness. Compassion feels uncomfortable. Gentleness feels weak. Self-forgiveness feels undeserved, because criticism became familiar. Some adults even fear slowing down, because silence allows the inner critic to become louder. Busyness becomes distraction from self-judgment. Achievement becomes temporary relief from shame. But eventually, the nervous system becomes exhausted from living under constant internal attack. The body stays tense, the mind stays anxious, the heart never fully rests, because survival mode cannot create inner peace. The Stoics believed self-awareness matters deeply, but true Stoic wisdom was never emotional self-destruction. Marcus Aurelius practiced reflection without hatred. He corrected himself without cruelty. He understood that human beings grow through wisdom and awareness, not through endless shame. That distinction matters deeply, because many wounded people confuse self-criticism with discipline, But discipline says, I want to help myself grow. Shame says, I am fundamentally wrong. Those are completely different emotional experiences. Healing begins when you slowly recognize that your inner voice may not actually be your true voice at all. It may be the echo of old environments, old criticism, old emotional wounds. A younger version of you learned to survive by becoming hyper-aware of flaws, because mistakes once carried emotional consequences. That child adapted the best way they could. But now, perhaps your nervous system is exhausted from carrying so much internal pressure. And maybe for the first time, you are beginning to ask a completely different question. What would happen if I stopped treating myself like the enemy? That question changes everything. Because healing does not begin through becoming perfect. It begins through becoming compassionate toward the imperfect human being you already are. You are allowed to make mistakes without destroying yourself emotionally afterward. You are allowed to struggle without turning your pain into proof of failure. You are allowed to speak to yourself gently, even while healing. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of emotional freedom is finally learning how to replace the voice of constant criticism with something your inner child rarely received: patience, understanding, grace. Because the child inside you was never supposed to grow up believing love only arrives through pressure and shame. They deserved encouragement, safety, kindness during mistakes. And maybe now, after years of carrying a cruel inner voice that was never truly yours to begin with, you are finally beginning to understand this. You do not heal by becoming harder on yourself. You heal by finally becoming safe for yourself to exist within. And after spending years living around emotional unpredictability, many people eventually grow into adults who feel deeply uncomfortable when they are not in control of everything. Control becomes safety. They need plans, schedules, certainty, preparation, predictability. Unexpected changes create anxiety. Unclear situations feel emotionally overwhelming. Uncertainty becomes almost unbearable. And what many people do not realize is that this need for control often began during childhood. Some children grow up inside environments where life feels emotionally unsafe and unpredictable. Moods shift suddenly. Conflict appears without warning. Rules constantly change. Emotional reactions feel unstable. The child never fully knows what version of people they are going to meet from one moment to the next. And when a child cannot control the environment, the nervous system begins searching for anything else it can control instead. That is how emotional over-control often begins. At first, it protects the child. If they stay organized enough, maybe conflict can be avoided. If they behave perfectly enough, maybe criticism will stop. If they prepare for every possibility, maybe emotional danger will hurt less. The child becomes hyper-aware, careful, prepared, and slowly control becomes emotional armor, because uncertainty once carried pain. Some adults now struggle deeply with situations they cannot predict. They overplan constantly. They overthink decisions. They become anxious when things feel emotionally unclear. They try to manage outcomes, conversations, people, and environments because unpredictability still triggers old survival fears inside the nervous system. And underneath all that control is usually fear, fear of chaos, fear of emotional instability, fear of being caught unprepared again. Some people become perfectionists because control feels safer than vulnerability. Others micromanage relationships because emotional unpredictability once hurt them deeply. Some struggle trusting others because relying on people once led to disappointment or emotional pain. And over time, control becomes exhausting because life itself is uncertain. No human being can fully control relationships, emotions, outcomes, or the future. But wounded nervous systems often keep trying anyway, because control creates temporary emotional relief. For a moment, certainty feels safe. But eventually, the nervous system becomes trapped in constant tension, always preparing, always monitoring, always trying to prevent discomfort before it arrives. This creates adults who rarely feel fully relaxed. Even peaceful moments become mentally exhausting because part of the mind remains busy trying to secure emotional safety through control. Some struggle delegating responsibility. Some struggle trusting people fully. Some become highly anxious when plans change unexpectedly. Some panic internally during emotional uncertainty. And sadly, many people carrying this wound blame themselves for being too controlling without understanding where the fear underneath it actually began. Psychologists explain that children raised in emotionally unstable environments often develop over-control as a protective response. The nervous system becomes highly focused on prediction, preparation, and emotional management because unpredictability once felt threatening. Control becomes survival-based, not because the person enjoys pressure, but because their nervous system learned certainty reduces emotional danger. And perhaps the saddest part is that many over-controlling adults secretly feel emotionally exhausted all the time. They carry enormous responsibility internally because their nervous system rarely allows them to fully let go. Relaxation feels risky. Trust feels vulnerable. Surrender feels unsafe, because part of them still believes, if I stop controlling everything, something bad will happen. The Stoics understood deeply that human suffering often increases when people try controlling things beyond their power. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that peace comes from focusing on what can truly be governed internally, not from trying to dominate every external uncertainty. But wounded nervous systems do not easily trust uncertainty. A younger version of you once learned that unpredictability carried emotional pain. That child adapted through preparation, control, caution, and hyper-awareness because life once felt unstable. That survival strategy deserves compassion. It protected you, but now perhaps it is also exhausting you. Because healing begins when you slowly realize something life-changing. You do not need to control everything in order to deserve safety. Not every unknown leads to danger. Not every change leads to chaos. Not every uncertainty destroys peace. This takes time for the nervous system to learn. At first, letting go may feel terrifying. Trusting life more may create anxiety. Allowing uncertainty may feel emotionally exposed. But slowly, your body begins discovering something new. Safety is not only created through control. Sometimes safety is created through trust, through flexibility, through emotional grounding, through knowing you can survive uncertainty without constantly bracing yourself against it. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is finally allowing yourself to loosen the grip you developed while trying to survive emotionally unstable environments. To breathe without controlling every outcome. To rest without preparing for disaster. To let life move sometimes without constantly trying to hold every piece together alone. Because the child inside you once learned that control was protection, but the healing version of you is finally discovering that peace begins when the nervous system no longer has to grip life so tightly just to feel safe. Tonight was never about becoming someone new. It was about finally understanding the emotional weight you were never supposed to carry alone. The anxiety, the overthinking, the guilt, the exhaustion, the loneliness, the fear of rejection, the pressure to be strong, the need to earn love, the emotional walls, the numbness. None of these patterns were proof that you were broken. They were survival responses created by a younger version of you, trying to feel safe in a world that often felt emotionally uncertain. And maybe for the first time in a very long time, you are beginning to see yourself with softer eyes, not as a problem that needed fixing, but as a human being who adapted to pain the best way they could. A child who deserved comfort instead of criticism, safety instead of fear, love instead of emotional confusion. Healing does not happen all at once, but every moment of awareness weakens the weight you have been carrying for years. Every moment of self-compassion teaches your nervous system that survival mode is no longer the only way to live. And little by little, the mind begins unclenching. The heart begins softening. The body begins realizing it is finally safe to rest. And if even one part of this journey felt like it understood something you've carried silently for years, leave a comment below with the words, "I'm finally putting the weight down." Sometimes healing begins the moment you realize you are not alone in what you've been feeling. And if this space brought you peace tonight, subscribe to the channel and return whenever your soul needs quiet, healing, and rest again.